Welcome to the 2022 Men's Health Forum. In today's forum, we will cover a number of health topics designed to stimulate your thinking and expand your limits as it relates to health and health decisions. The 2022 Men's Health Forum is being brought to you by the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation and the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter, with generous support from the Prince George's County Council and the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission, MNCPPC, is a nationally recognized leader in land use planning, parks, and recreation. Here to greet all of our participants for the 2022 Men's Health Forum. Please welcome Brother Kevin Woodson, Chaplain, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter. Dr. Jeffrey Sterling, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Surgeon General. Brother Charles Scott III, Vice President of the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation. And Dr. Torrance Brown, Chair of the 2022 Men's Health Forum Committee. Our program guide for the 2022 Men's Health Forum is Mr. Robert E. Bailey II, MPH. Mr. Bailey is the Program, Communications, and Training Team Lead for the CDC's Division of Comprehensive Cancer Prevention and Control, where his team is responsible for providing funding and guidance to all 50 states and the District of Columbia to advance cancer prevention, early detection and treatment, survivorship supports, and health equity.
Grace and peace, and good morning. Let us look to the Lord. Heavenly Father, thank you for the privilege of prayer this morning. You have provided an opportunity to effectively bring us emotional, spiritual, and physical health. It is our privilege to be a part of such a marvelous plan. Therefore, let our response using these faculties be according to Mark chapter number 12, verse number 30. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. O Lord, lift thou up thy light of thy countenance upon us, and with thy blessing let this forum be anointed. Pour out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Let thy work appear unto thy servants, and thy glory unto all. Sanctify us through thy truth, that we might know thee. Strengthen us in you, Lord, and look upon the afflicted and suffering today. Abide with us, O Lord, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. Be our guide today and illuminate our understanding. And let thy beauty, O Lord, our God, be upon us. It is in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Brother Jeff Sterling, over to you.
Greetings, all. I want to thank and commend the organization of New England chapters of Alpha Phi Alpha, Pi Upsilon Lambda chapter, and its Charitable Foundation for again hosting this fantastic Men's Health Forum and weekend. On behalf of General President Brother Willis Lonzo III, I am Brother Dr. Jeffrey Sterling, Surgeon General for Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. This weekend's events are the embodiment of Alpha Phi Alpha's prioritization of mental, physical, and spiritual health awareness. Our ongoing goal is the empowerment of our members, your families, and the communities we serve. I think it's especially poignant that this event is leading into Juneteenth, because even as we celebrate freedom, we must acknowledge that health is a quality of life prerequisite. And for the record, remember, preventing disease is qualitatively different from treating it. As you consume the information being presented to you today, I compel you to be a critical thinker. At every step and with every presentation, ask yourself the following. How does this information apply to me and my family? How can I use this information to reduce my own disease risk? Exactly what can I do beginning today to begin the process of risk reduction? Again, congratulations to Anika and the entire team that's put this together, all the supporters and sponsors. Have a fantastic program. It's there for the taking. Brother Charles Scott, you're up next.
Good morning. My name is Trey Scott, and I am the Vice President of the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation, located right here in Prince George's County, Maryland. On behalf of the board and members of our foundation, I'd like to first welcome and thank you all for joining us today. A special thanks to Dr. Torrance Brown and his committee for their dedicated efforts of making today's Men's Health Forum a success. Since 1994, the foundation's mission has been to improve the quality of life in Prince George's County's community-based programs, social policy, health advocacy, and educational scholarships. If you'd like to see all the ways you can support us by helping the community, please check out our website at pulcf.org. Thank you and enjoy today's session. Now we will have our next presenter, Dr. Torrance Brown.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 Men's Health Forum. I'm Dr. Torrance Brown and I'm representing the Men's Health Forum Committee of the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation, and the Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter. The theme for the 2022 Men's Health Forum was derived from Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community, and What's Your Life Blueprint. Both are seminal pieces written by Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity brother, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King writes that to answer the question, where do we go from here, which is our theme, we must first honestly recognize where we are now. The truth of the matter is that men, and Black men in particular, are having to face some hard truths as it relates to health, including addressing health factors that limit overall life expectancy by nearly 5 years when compared to white males. In 1967, Dr. King writes that of the good things in life, the Negro has approximately 1/2 of those as whites. Of the bad things in life, he has twice as those as whites. This summary still reverberates loudly today in minority and underserved communities. Dr. King not only summarized the state of the data, but he also provides some remedies to address the challenges. He stresses that we must stand up amid a system that still oppresses us and develop an unsellable and majestic sense of values. For those of us assembled here today, these values include a commitment to health and overall wellness. It is important to note that while structural and systemic racism is pervasive and greatly impacts our lives, limits access to care, and has implications for our health outcomes, the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation and the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter is committed to providing critically important discussions that help to refocus our values and create space for men and their families to talk about health concerns in a holistic manner. We're excited for your participation in today's collective discussion of health strategies and actionable blueprints to promote, maintain, and expand our power to make informed decisions related to navigating the health space. We're thankful for your engagement and ask that you please be mindful to refer to the program booklet to learn more about each of the panelists and be sure to complete the surveys intended to capture your feedback. Up next is Mr. Robert E. Bailey II. Mr. Bailey, who is an accomplished public health expert, will serve as our program guide and will help to navigate us through today's Men's Health Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown, and thank you to all the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter, as well as the organizing committee and all of those who work with the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation. So we're already starting off with really high expectations. I know I have high expectations for myself. I was fortunate to participate in this forum last year and was really moved and struck by the conversations that were had that day. And it was so nice, decided to come back twice. I was honored to be asked again. So I know that the expectations are even that much higher, especially now since I have been introduced as an expert. So thank you very much, Dr. Brown. And so today we're looking forward to another powerful and impactful day with a number of health segments that have to do with all parts of the person. One of the things I thought was pretty insightful was seeing the program, and the theme for this year was the idea of better making of men. And what does that really entail? So we're hoping that today you will be a part of the conversation and be provided some tools and insights to help with the better making of men, which leads to the better making of families, communities, and the world. So where do we go from here? As Dr. Brown mentioned that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. posed that question some of you are asking yourselves questions, and I immediately thought about Stacey Lattisaw and the song by Stacey Lattisaw and Johnny Gill, Where Do We Go From Here? Anyway, when asked that question, you're expecting an answer. And so hopefully these sessions will provide those answers. And those segments that we're going to touch on today, and I encourage you to stay on throughout if you have the opportunity to do so, which will focus on spiritual wellness, financial wellness, emotional wellness, intellectual wellness, and then we'll have a medical roundtable. But the first of which is incredibly important, is spiritual wellness. And so we will now transition into our very first session, that on spiritual wellness.
Spiritual wellness. According to Princeton University 2021, spiritual wellness refers to having values or beliefs that provide a sense of meaning and purpose to your life, and considering whether your actions align with your values. More than ever, there's a need to examine both life's purpose and meaning. Spirituality is expressed in many forms, whether tied to a religion, a moral philosophy, or an inherent sense of connectedness with something greater than one's self. In any form, spirituality is always personal. The need for spiritual wellness is often downplayed as less important than emotional, physical, or social wellness, but it's vital to your overall wellness. Spiritual wellness in practice. Spiritual wellness means taking time to contemplate your purpose in life and achieving greater mindfulness of your impact on the rest of the world. Spiritual wellness means achieving harmony with one's surroundings and balancing one's personal needs with the needs of others. Spiritual wellness means having personal values and beliefs and acting compassionately in accordance with those values. In today's session, we will talk about spiritual wellness, what it means, and strategies for putting spiritual wellness into practice.
Yeah, so with that, I'm pleased that we are joined by a number of experts who are well equipped to have the conversation that we're going to have today about spiritual wellness. We're joined by Reverend Rick Greenlee, Reverend Ashley Hoover, Brother Jeffrey Mount Varner, and Reverend Dr. Mart Whitlock. And so you'll be hearing more about their background as we go through the conversation, and you can also see their backgrounds in your program guide. So the very first question that we'll start off with has to do with a Viewpoint article that was published in 2017 by the Journal of the American Medical Association. And I'll start off posing this question first to Dr. Mount Varner, and then for the other panelists, if you have other things to add, we'd also like for you to jump in. And so given your experience working as an emergency medicine physician and executive that trains people to work in high pressure situations, would like to hear your initial reactions to this statement. The author suggests that a more explicit focus on spirituality, often considered outside the realm of modern medicine, could improve person-centered approaches to well-being that's been long sought by patients and clinicians. What are your thoughts and reactions to that statement? Oh, Dr. Mount Varner, you're on mute.
You would figure after 2 years of this, people would have gotten that down. Sorry about that. Thank you, brothers, for having me. And I am honored to be back for a second year. I am Dr. Mount Varner, board certified emergency medicine doc who actually sees patients in the ER. The article was spot on. We always talk about mind, body, and soul, and mind, body, and spirit. And I believe that spirit is the most important part of any of that. Just to provide a context, I've had many patients to come to the ER who probably should have passed, but they didn't. And I've had patients to come in who have passed and they should have lived. The point is that there's a spirit that we all have that plays a unique role in that. The psychologists, their version of mind, body, and soul is conscious, subconscious, and superconscious. But right now, the spirit, which is the sum total of all of our thoughts, plays a unique, interesting, and the most important part of our health. Again, I'm going to say that again. The most important part of our health, because the spirit is the sum total of all of our thoughts. I'm going to land my plane there. I've got more comments to make later, but thank you very, very much.
Yes. What about you, Reverend Greenlee? Would you like to add to that?
Yes. In the spiritual definition, first, can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yep, in that spiritual definition that we heard a few moments ago, there were two things that stand out to me regarding spiritual wellness. The first is that it adds a sense of meaning and purpose to our lives. And second, spirituality is always personal. So what is spiritual for me may not be the same for you, but the important thing is that we all have a spiritual connection. And there's been a lot of empirical research that has been done that shows a strong correlation between spirituality and physical wellness, just as was mentioned by Dr. Mark Bernard. There's a gentleman, Dr. Tyler Vanderweel. He heads the Initiative on Health, Religion, and Spirituality at the Harvard School of Public Health. And his work brings together faculty and students, researchers, and clergy from all over Harvard to more closely examine those connections that we're mentioning this morning. And one of the key findings is that there are many positive health outcomes that are associated with those who are in faith groups who regularly attend religious services. And there's something about the fellowship and the shared beliefs that regardless of the specific religion, it's not a specific religion that's going to benefit, but it's that overall general fellowship that seems to increase health outcomes. And briefly, they found four key things. And the first is that religion is concerned with health in its broadest sense, wholeness or well-being. And regardless if it's Jewish, Muslim, Christian, there's a concept called shalom, and that's wholeness or completeness. And the second thing that they found in their research is that religious participation contributes to both physical and mental health and subjective well-being through shaping our behavior, how we look at things, creating systems of meaning, altering our outlook on life, building community and social support systems, supporting moral beliefs, and through an experience of the transcendent. And even our country was founded, which is not as popular today as it has been, on a set of religious principles. And then the third thing they found is that communal forms of religious participation, rather than just merely private practice, is what is contributing to these health outcomes. So coming together in community. And then lastly, and I'll be brief, but religious communities and persons can promote health through caregiving, health promotion interventions like what we're doing now in this forum, spiritual care in medical and end-of-life settings. So things you see in an emergency room or a hospice or something like that, bringing in the supernatural, and by simply offering a form of meaningful communication between those that participate in a faith group, that's going to contribute to overall health outcomes. And I'll attempt to place a link of a list of religion and public health research publications in the chat. If I'm not successful, we'll get it in there before the end of the day in case you want to continue to read further on this topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. So you mentioned, so Dr. Mount Varner talked about this being the most important aspect when it comes to someone's health and wellness, that the spiritual aspect is most important. And you have talked a bit about, in reference a few times, the importance of community. So it makes me think about the importance of, the Bible talks about forsaking not the assembling of yourselves together. And several years ago, I had the opportunity to visit Reed Temple, AME in DC with Dr. Whitlock, and was really struck by really enjoyed the service and as well as the people and the idea about the importance of community or assembling yourselves together. So we know that during this pandemic that many physical doors to houses of worship were closed, and many were able to pivot to virtual worship services. Dr. Whitlock, could you talk a bit about what has been that impact and some of the pivoting that maybe that you all had done at Reed Temple to help address to be able to preserve, I would say, that sense of community, be it physical or virtual?
Dr. Bailey, thank you for this opportunity, and to these fine brothers, it's an honor to be on the panel with you. I am reminded about what a theologian, his name is Karl Barth, he said, how do you separate the soul of the saint from the soul of the community in which the saint lives? Dr. King would say, you can't, because we are inextricably bound. We are tied to the community as well as to the soul of the community physically. And so, and I'm glad you referenced the pandemic. It has been a challenge, not just hosting services online, but making sure you speak to the spiritual and physical needs of our community. I have experienced a higher increase of people who have considered suicide, alcoholism, drug addiction, the fear of failing, the fear of losing a job with gas prices where they are right now, the fear of just meeting your financial obligations. Lustful behaviors have just run out of control. Divorce is at an all-time high, and particularly within the Christian community. Low self-esteem with Black men while holding high positions, while holding major positions in companies as well as in offices in DC. I was told once that I'm spiritual, but not religious. That speaks to where we are today. Spiritual health is personal, but religion is impersonal. Spiritual health includes living a purpose-driven life. It includes transcendence and the actualization of self, and believing the various different dimensions to accept self. I believe it was Shakespeare who says, "To thy own self be true." But really it speaks to a king, a father speaking to his son as you leave the house. Don't lose who you are. King said, only light eliminates darkness. So for me, it is about what the Apostle Paul writes in the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, verse 1. He says, I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. So at Reed Temple, we did our best to make sure that we called people, that we prayed with people, that we offered food cards or we offered food. We opened a vaccination clinic, a COVID-19 vaccination clinic, and vaccinated over 25,000 people. They would come and they looked like heaven. It was African, Latino, white, Asian people coming to the church that they probably would never have come to receive help. Because again, the foundation for life, as I wrap it up, is really about being true to thyself, knowing that we come from a greater God, and that God, with our foundation in the right place, will make a way out of no way. I'm happy to answer more questions.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Whitlock. And I actually like to also pose that same question to Reverend Hoover, who's a pastor of United Methodist Church in Rockville. If you could talk a bit about the pivoting or being able to cope with maybe the loss of physical service, how you all adapted and pivoted to providing that virtual type of support.
So my background, the church that I serve is in Rockville, as I said, and I think we had to first find that we needed internet in order to be able to reach beyond our space. A small church that we are, we had to, I guess, get all of the bells and whistles in place first before we were able to at least go and be able to provide in-person worship. We used the good old school 1-800 conference, free conference conferencecall.com to begin that effort of trying to communicate with what we had. That was our Bible study platform. And so we used what we had to get where we needed to be. Thus moving into the space of now, of course, online and in person. And we've had to, from this perspective, pivot between one or the other and or both for something failing or not working or a case that was reported from COVID. And so you had to pivot. And we also found that we had to figure out how we wanted to still connect with the people in this space. An older congregation that I serve, we ended up creating a community box of where folks could come and self-serve, if you will, canned goods and other non-perishables in order to meet the needs of those that were still hungry that we might not ever see, but would always find that the box was empty the next morning. Other ways of reestablishing the good old-fashioned phone tree network, because again, a lot of my seniors did not have the capability or the computer and those kinds of things to try to reach out. So we had to go back to grassroots and check on your neighbor, check on your pew partner as ways of reestablishing the connection, as well as check on your family members and those that seem strong in this season may not really be strong at all. They may be actually suffering and going through. I'm reminded of Micah 6 verse 8, love that reminds us to love kindness, do justice, and walk humbly with our God. And if we can just, as we move through this space, remind ourselves of our spiritual selves that there is a place to walk and a place for us to go and grow. And there should be no shame in struggling, but there's also someone else that's struggling that may be a little worse than you are. So it's just a matter of us moving forward together and partnering as a community of faith. Thank you.
Well put, and many of you have already mentioned the idea that spirituality or spiritual wellness is a deeply personal, is deeply personal. And so would like for all of you to would open this up to the entire group actually, and first actually asking if Dr. Mount Berner could start off the conversation. It's about the idea that spiritual wellness it's the most, one of the more introspective pursuits that's related to wellness. So what advice would you give for someone who's struggling with the ability to focus, to become more introspective, to become more centered? And we'll start off with Dr. Varner, giving your experience dealing with things that are on fire, from Ebola to COVID and everything else, national expert. What would be your advice? And then I would open it up to the rest of the group.
Thank you for that. I think it all starts from within, from where you are. And the way you get to within, you can call it prayer, you can call it meditation, whatever form it takes for you to go and have some silence where you can commune with your greater being, with your God. And in your communion, you've got to believe that whatever outcome you want, you've got to envision it and you've got to believe it. And I can just tell you, after 25 years of like practicing medicine, and I believe in medicine, but it's been my experience that for those who are afflicted often, it's their thoughts behind how things are going to happen that determine their outcome. Meaning that if you have positive thoughts and you believe that things are going to improve, they will. I'm gonna land my plane here. We are all the products of our thoughts. It's very important for us to have consistent, let me say again, consistent, dominant, positive thoughts. Hopefully that answers your question, Dr. Bailey.
Yeah, you did, Dr. Whitlock. Reverend, I'll go to Reverend Greenlee.
Yeah, I would add also that across all of the panels that will be shared today, and especially in the spiritual wellness panel, we have to be intentional about any of these endeavors. So whether it's getting our finances in order, our physical bodies in order, our mental health in order, or our spiritual wellness, we have to be intentional, which means that by default, we're just going to atrophy. We're not going to grow, but we have to be mindful of there are two spheres that we're operating in. We have the physical, tangible, we can touch. Each of us is sitting in a chair, we can feel that, so we know it's real. But that spiritual component can easily be ignored because it's not visible to us. So we have to be intentional about this. We have to say to ourselves that if I'm not mindful of where my spirit is, it's just going to float. There's no anchor. So I think being mindful of the spiritual is a good starting point.
I'm going to follow Dr. Berner. Dr. Berner, if you ever come to read something, you're going to hear me say something. I'm going to land my plane right here. I'm just know I may quote you one time, but I'm going to land my plane right here. I'm just going to land my plane right here. I don't own a plane, but I don't know how to fly a plane, but I'm land my plane right here. Deepak Chopra, wonderful philosopher, and I consider a theologian, says, we are spirits having a human experience. We are spirits having a human experience. What do I mean by that? As a Christian, I believe that I have eternal life, that I will live beyond my flesh. I will live beyond the operating room of Dr. Verner. I will die, but when I die, I will go into my eternal life. So how I operate my life in the physical is a reflection of my eternal life. And what do I mean by that? Often we pray and we dictate to God what we want. We request God what we want. We demand of God what we want. But the Bible says we should meditate on his word day and night. What does that mean? Sometimes we need to just be quiet, be still, and sit down and listen to God.
Amen.
And God will speak to us in a voice that will change our lives. And so how do we do that? At Reed Temple, we developed a program every morning at 6 a.m. that we teach, and we give you an opportunity to listen to a word, to listen to a prayer, to listen. Because faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. I'm gonna land my plane right here. Sometimes we need to just be still and know that God speaks to us on a daily basis. My plane is landed.
So with that, now that we're back on the runway, before we're about to take off again with this next question, with Reverend Hoover, and it goes to a recent CNN article that talks about something else that you all have already touched on in your comments, is the idea of dispositional gratitude. You know, that is a part of a study that it was a part of a story that spiritual wellness is part of a wider life orientation towards noticing and appreciating the positive in the world, and that those who do so are more likely to report good health, a propensity for healthy activities, and a willingness to seek help for health concerns. And so I know that Reverend Hoover, that you also are part of like Black Men Run, you engage in online exercise and activities in addition to all the other work that you do. And so what are your thoughts? We've already heard from some others, but we'd like to hear from you about what are your thoughts about this phenomenon and your experience when it comes to that dispositional gratitude.
I believe the dispositional gratitude, there's merit here. I know that before the pandemic, I was working out with the Black Men Run, and I was probably the walker of the runners, but I was still encouraged because our theme is to promote a healthy brotherhood. But I was walking more than running and slowly began to run more than walk. And that is a sermon for another time. But I was finding that I was working out 2 to 3 times a week, also in the gym. And then when the pandemic hit, everything shut down. And then, of course, all my walls began to close in. I began to eat more like it was the Last Supper. And had to realize that I needed to pull back on some things and to readjust, and also to schedule some things and not have 8 snacks a day, but realize that God will provide more. And in doing so, I had to go back to what I knew in the first place, that I needed to run for not just physical health, but also for mental health. Because I was really feeling the walls closing in. My anxiety was at an all-time high. I began to try to figure out how I might have more joy than pain, how I might seek God first in all things, although it felt like sometimes I was out of balance, out of equilibrium, if you will. I think that this dispositional gratitude is a mindset that we should carry no matter where we go and what we do, because the joy of the Lord is our strength. And if we believe in that, then we know that good physical health, good mental health, and I guess all of the wellness silos or whatever that we work in aren't really silos at all, but actually a thread that goes across all mediums, all 9 wellness areas.
Let me just jump in. I'm sorry, Dr. Bailey. I need to make a point because I talked about positive thoughts, but anyone who's going through something or a family member going through something, take your medicine, do what the doctor says. So I wasn't saying positive thought in lieu of whatever the doctor has recommended. It's a combination. So I just needed to make that point. So sorry for interrupting, Dr. Bailey.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's what we know, that what faith without works is dead. So my father pastored a Baptist church for about 30 years in Michigan, and he always said that one need not be everlasting in order to be eternal. And with this, I know that we are going to be close to time on this particular session. Naturally, maybe someone could explore this in the future, that you could have an all day or a whole week-long seminar on spiritual wellness and all aspects for us to really be able to go deep. But I would like to open it up for you, because I don't want to get the head with Sandman Sims to come on with the clock and rush any one of you. So would like to open up if there's any one last thing that you all would like to share when it comes to spiritual wellness, and in terms of advice that you would give to those who are watching and participating this morning in terms of being able to improve and preserve their spiritual wellness. And so I'll start off with you, Dr. Mount Varner, and then we'll go to Reverend Greenlee, Reverend Hoover, and then we'll end with Dr. Whitlock.
Thank you for that. While I'm not a reverend, I do know this. The most important thing you can do every single day is spend some time in silence. Call it prayer, call it meditation, doing that multiple times every day, but starting your day off with that. And as part of that time, making sure you think positive thoughts to get your day going. I think that's the most important. Again, I'm gonna highlight it again. The most important thing you can do to get your energy prepared for the day. And anyone who's going through something, just keep in mind, everything is always working for your good. It may not be your good right away, but everything is always working for your good. So thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much for having me on here today as well.
Thank you.
Reverend Greenlee.
Indeed. A pleasure to be on the panel with all of these distinguished gentlemen. The one thing, kind of an anecdote that I will share is at my church, I work closely with our prison ministry, and we've not been able to go into the correctional facility in Jessup for 2 years now, and mainly because of not wanting to spread COVID or get COVID. But the men there have a vibrant church, but because of COVID, they're in their cells 23 and a half hours a day. They get a half hour to come out. And I spoke with the chaplain, and he said that they are getting weak spiritually because that community piece is not available to them. So if I would leave anything with you, is I would say stay in community. Whatever that looks like for you, stay in community. Be with other like-minded, like-believing individuals according to your faith, according to your philosophy, and you will be strengthened, as Proverbs says, iron sharpens iron. So thank you so much.
Yes, Reverend Hoover.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get to the mute button also. I think I'm reminded of how I get to where a point of a balance, if you will, in this season, in this world. And I'm reminded of Richard Foster has a book called Celebration of Discipline. It talks to the types of disciplines that are out there, if you will, meditation, praying, fasting, study, solitude, submission. I think Dr. Varner touched upon a little bit of this as well, that I go back to those spaces and places. I cut the TV off. I take a time out from my social media, those things, just so I can be still. I use journals sometimes to get across my point to myself. I don't care who reads it, but if it's out of myself, then I've worked it out a little bit so that I can now be able to move on to other things. And it's almost like a releasing of yourself to yourself so that you can be available more to be filled up by God and God's word. Thank you.
Again, thank you for this opportunity. It has been a real pleasure. When I think about this positional gratitude, and this is my closing comment, I think of Paul. He said, "Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." And that echoes to a cat by the name of Muhammad Ali, who said, "I am the greatest." After they stripped him of his title, after they sentenced him to 5 years, after they reduced him down to almost a slave, he continued to say, "I am the greatest." I just want to make sure I talk to every brother on this line. You are the greatest of God's creation. You are the manifestation of greatness. You are the foundation of greatness. Begin to just put your hand on your chest or on your head and say, "I am God's child. I am the best that has ever happened. I will do great things because God created me. My mom and dad are proud of me. I'm proud of me." And as we begin to say those things and affirm who we are, believe it or not, what comes out of your mouth, hallelujah, will come back to you 10, 50, 100-fold. Thank you for the opportunity. But most of all, just everybody say, "I am the greatest. I am good." And then you will begin to appreciate the positive aspects of life, and others will then begin to give you positive affirmation as well. God bless you. I'm landing my plane again.
Sir, hope you can get out the pilot seat, Dr. Whitlock. You about to tear up the whole forum. So, like, I don't know about you, but I've been to churches where there have been programs. At the end of the program, it says programs subject to change due to the Holy Spirit. And so you all are trying to set this forum on fire. We're about to go ahead and hijack the whole program, but we're going to try to avoid that. But would like to thank all of our panelists for their insightful comments and advice that they provide today, to Reverend Rick Greenlee, to Reverend Ashley Hoover, to Dr. Jeffrey Mount Varner, and to Reverend Dr. Mark Whitlock. We appreciate the words that you shared this morning, reminding us that spirituality is deeply personal, but even though it's personal, that you need to seek community, seek others that you can bond with to help to bolster yourselves. And that despite all the issues that you're having, you've heard from those who are experts in the field and deal with crises every day, that in all things still to continue to give thanks. And that despite everything that may happen, as you just heard from Dr. Whitlock, to continue to believe that you are the greatest and that you can make things happen. And so with that, we're going to transition then now to a nutrition video. And after that nutrition video, we heard from Reverend Hoover earlier, who said that, once COVID came along, he started eating like it was the Last Supper. Well, I have some family and friends, including myself, as acting like it was the first supper, that I hadn't had anything to eat, So we're gonna see this important video about nutrition, and then immediately after that, will be followed by our financial wellness, forum that you do not want to miss. I started saving money just so I could pay Mr. Hutt based on what he had talked about last year. And so here again, you're going to be getting the same advice from him and Brother Kendall Pace for free. So with that, I'll turn it over to the nutrition video.
Hi, I'm Leslie Jefferson, certified nutrition specialist with Properly Aligned. Keeping your health in check can feel confusing and sometimes hard. There are mixed messages all over the internet, so what should you do? I know some of you have tried everything from sea moss to juicing to growth hormone, and let's not forget good old apple cider vinegar. How can you feel vital, happy with your lab results, and stay on track with your wellness goals. Here are 3 tips to get you there. Tip number 1, and sorry if it's not sexy, but you must eat your vegetables. They are high in fiber, vitamins, and minerals. And did you know that eating your vegetables, especially those leafy greens, can help increase your oxygenated blood flow and lower your blood pressure? You want to keep it simple and make half your plate vegetables with every meal. And yes, that even means breakfast. Fresh, frozen, or low sodium canned vegetables all count. Herbs and spices add flavor and cut down on the sodium. Keep it simple and add an extra serving to your plate or even a side salad. Frozen vegetables are picked at their peak and easy to prepare because they're already chopped. You can even microwave them right in the bag. That means no time at the stove. And it's easy to add a side salad to each meal with a salad kit. And your fridge should not be without a bin or a bag of leafy greens to saute or add to smoothies and salads. And if you like to cook, try something like kale or collards and add color with beets and purple cabbage. Peppers and celery can be used to flavor any dish and are great to snack on. And when your sweet tooth hits, that's a great time for berries, cherries, or a piece of fruit. Here's our second tip. Okay, I know we like our adult beverages, juices, and sodas, but that pain in that big toe may have you thinking twice. Many times what we drink can have a larger impact on our health, overloading our bodies with calories and carbohydrates. So stay hydrated with water and other unsweetened beverages. One of the reasons we see the benefits from unsweetened sea moss and apple cider drinks is the added hydration. Try a variety of unsweetened tea, sparkling and bottled water, water and lemon, or even half water, half juice. And the type of water doesn't matter. Alkaline, smart, flowing from a Fijian waterfall. Just drink water, even if it's straight from the tap. If you do enjoy an adult beverage, try to sandwich your spirits, mixed drinks, wine, and beer between 2 glasses of water. My third tip is to get moving. 30 minutes a day. Try the 25-25-25 twice a day. 25 jumping jacks, 25 high knees or squats, 25 push-ups or sit-ups, or just go take a walk. Remember, eat your vegetables, drink your water, and move. These are just 3 tips to get you on the road to meet your wellness goals. If you need a personalized consultation, reach out to me at lesliej@properlyalign.com. If you need some help in the kitchen or trying to plan some meals, you could grab my meal planner, Shop, Cook, and Eat. Just add my last name Jefferson in the Amazon search. I am honored to be included in your program, and thank you for your service in our community.
Financial wellness. For centuries, the struggle for African Americans to build, secure, and maintain wealth has been ongoing in the United States. Despite the end of discriminatory policies and laws some 55 plus years ago, they created a systemic inequality that has been difficult to eliminate. Studies show that since the 1960s, following civil rights, Black Americans' financial stance compared to white Americans has shown little progress with home ownership, unemployment, and overall wealth holdings. Financial wellness, promising practices. Despite these challenges, we have come to realize some promising strategies that positively impact overall wealth withholdings. These include, but aren't limited to, improving financial literacy to make informed and effective financial decisions, consulting a financial expert to ask questions related to actions and strategies, saving more and spending less as part of a well-orchestrated budget plan. In today's session, you will learn from financial experts, identify action items for wealth and legacy building, and identify strategies to take an effective role in your financial wellness.
The Financial Wellness Panel is being moderated by Brother Paul Brown. Panelists include Brother Lou Hutt and Brother Kendall Pace.
Good morning and welcome back. We want to turn our focus now to your financial health. And we hope by the end of this particular session that you'll have a better understanding of money and how to make money work for you. So with us, we have two experts joining us, author and financial advisor Kendall Pace, and backed by popular demand is financial planner and radio talk show host Lou Hutt. Good morning, brothers.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I wanted to start off with a basic question, and just to get everybody on the same page. It might be a question people are afraid to ask, but we've been hearing a lot about the word inflation. It's been in the headlines for months now. So what does inflation mean? Lou?
Well, first and foremost, thank you, Brother Brown and others for putting together this wonderful event, this forum that focuses on financial health and wellness. The real travesty of inflation is that our dollars lose purchasing power. And the practical way to look at it is an item or a series of items that may have cost us $100. All of a sudden, in a period of high inflation, which is just noted recently is 8.6%, means that when we go to the same place to buy that same group of items, we're going to pay $108. We find that at when it comes to fuel, we're paying in the range of $5 a gallon. Housing is certainly those that lease homes are paying more. Interest rates are up. So it really, Brother Brown, affects us right in the pocketbook, and it can throw off other financial initiatives that we've started, saving for retirement, et cetera. And I'm sure Brother Pace may have a slightly different perspective, but an added perspective on the same concept.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Kendall in terms of inflation, how it impacts investment in terms of those who like to invest, or either those who are interested in starting to invest.
Sure, absolutely. Just like Brother had said, thank you for having me. It's great to be here to speak on financial wellness. But yes, you're absolutely right. When it comes to investing, typically investing has been a great hedge against inflation. It has outpaced that. Historically, on average, the Federal Reserve, who sets interest rates, tries to keep inflation around 2%, 3% per year. But with it being around 8 now, that's really cutting into what we've seen in terms of returns. And that's really thanks to the supply chain issues we've been seeing from COVID, with the rising cost of both wages to services, as well as the intrinsic cost of those to manufacture them. Those combined has really made this a bad inflation environment. And it just so happens that a good combatant to that for policy-wise is to increase interest rates to try to limit that. And having both of those at the same time is not very good when it comes to having spare money to invest, which is why I think we'll get into it a little bit later, but having resources available in cash reserves to take advantage of these times when we have an opportunity is something that's really important down the line.
Well, it's interesting because in our conversation last year, Lou, we had talked about, the pandemic is, it's been 2 years. People are struggling to kind of, regain from everything that happened. But it seemed like the rug has been pulled out yet once again because of this thing with inflation. So how does somebody come back if you're at a point where you've actually made some steps to kind of put yourself back on a good financial footing, and then something like this happens? What are the avenues? And this question is for both of you in terms of what can the average consumer do to kind of just stay afloat?
Well, I'll just start off, and it is a challenge, and I'm sure Brother Pace will agree with me on this. One of the things that we recommend in good and bad times is a broad concept known as asset allocation. So from the very beginning, as you approach the composition of your investing, albeit the home, albeit your retirement account, albeit your investment account, we generally recommend that you have a balance between assets that will do well in good times and assets that, and I'll just say it, are qualify as being somewhat inflation proof. So again, the idea is asset allocation. I'll give you a prime example. We know that the market is down right now. However, if you look at your balance sheet, even though your retirement fund may be down, the value of your home is up. That's a classic example of asset allocation, where over time, these things sort of balance off. Other things that you can do as a practical matter, we've recommended to folks, look at small things, utilities. How can you be more efficient in terms of the cost of utilities? The old thinking of, I'll have the TV on upstairs, downstairs, and in the back on the back porch. No, we want to reduce that. We want to limit that sort of thing. Obviously, when it comes to fuel cost, fortunately, many of us have the option to work remotely, and if we don't, carpooling is an option. So you start looking at a variety of things which allow you to minimize your cost on everyday expenses, so that those things that you have to pay for that have escalated values won't completely eat into your corpus, so to speak.
Very good advice. Kendall, anything to add to that?
Sure, a couple things. Brotherhood is correct, but also it comes down to sacrifice. At the end of the day, we have to know what we want versus what we need. Do we need to have, to go out, every weekend to have fun? Probably not. Of course, we want to bring meaning to our means and live a quality life. But in times where money is low and things are tight, we might not be able to enjoy the same riches that we would in a otherwise good market. So thinking about what we are willing to sacrifice is something that's important. But also, now that the market is down, maybe we can think of tax loss harvesting. I'm sure that's something that Brother Hutt does quite a bit. That's usually when your investments are down in a non-qualified account type on a brokerage account. And basically you can write off taxes of your things you sell off that are down. So that can help lower your bill at the end of the year. And therefore you can save a little bit more each year.
All right, thank you. And for our audience, if you want to participate in this conversation, there is a Q&A function at the bottom of your screen if you're registered in the forum. So feel free to put in a question there. We'll try to get to as many of those as we can while we're live for the next 10 or 15 minutes. But I want to go back to something you said, Kendall. But again, this tax law harvesting. This is the first time ever. Did I get that right?
Tax loss.
Tax loss harvesting. It's the first time I've heard that term. So explain it again.
Sure. So that's essentially when in a brokerage account, meaning that it's fully taxable, not like a retirement account where it's tax deferred or tax free. You might have an investment that you contributed maybe, let's just say $1,000 into that. It's now decreased in value to $700. Well, if we accrue a lot of losses and we decide to sell off on that, we can decrease our tax burden at the end of the year. Typically, I think the number is $3,000 we can write off in losses per year, and those can carry over if we have more. So you can essentially lower your taxable income by a maximum of $3,000 per year based off of just collecting those losses we have in our brokerage accounts. I know this can be a bit of a complicated topic, so I recommend if you have questions on that, you can speak to a financial professional like myself or Mr. Hutt. But that's something that people typically do when in bad market atmospheres like we're in now.
And Brother Brown, if I can pick up on Brother Pace's comment, because that's a very strategic line of consideration, and he's right on the money, because you really want some coaching on this type of thing. Number one, as he pointed out, there's a limitation on capital losses of $3,000 a year. Now, if the cumulative losses exceed that, you can roll them forward into a subsequent tax year. But the other important comment that I want to make on this is, as Brother Pace said, when you have market conditions that are somewhat adverse, you also want to be very careful about selling excessively because you lock in losses. We know that the market generally is cyclical. I mean, over the last 50 years, the market has returned, Brother Pace can help me with this one, about 9%, which we know if you're patient, can yield you probably a much higher rate of return than if you were investing in bonds and other kind of fixed income instruments. So I say all of this to say, again, it's balance, it's strategy. It's also recognizing the limitations on the tax law. And that's where the consultation with a financial professional, a competent coach can really be very helpful.
So DeAndre has a question. He writes, as inflation increases, I hear more and more about moving 401k funds into compounding interest accounts. He wants help clarifying what compounding interest actually is, and are these accounts and investments considered to be inflation proof? Who wants to take that one?
Brother Pace, you want to start off?
Sure, I'll hop on that. So with all investment types that you invest up in over time, they naturally compound. So I'm not sure what DeAndre question was in terms of the difference there. They both compound over time. You just have to, like Brother Hutt mentioned earlier, it's about asset allocation. If we are in a balanced asset class where it's a bit inflation proof in terms of it grows well in times of expansion in the market, and it goes down a little bit less when we're in a recession or a bad market, then that's really all we can hope for. But over time, the market has historically averaged around that 9% figure. So we just stay pat and make sure that we're naturally becoming a little bit more conservative as we get closer to our end goal, which is retirement for most people, we'll be in a good position. But your account will be compounded regardless in both account types.
And just to add to that, sometimes we often talk about the magic of compounding. And the idea is that you park your money and you reinvest the returns on that money. So if I start off with $100 and I make 6%, it's now 106. Now I'm compounding against 106 in that second year. Then I'm compounding each year on a greater base of money. So we think about that in the long term, and Brother Pace, I'm sure would agree with me. As time goes on, we want to be positioned where we can live less dependent upon income from services, in other words, a job, and more reliant on income from investments. So investing and being in a position where the returns are reinvested so they compound ultimately put us in a better position, DeAndre, where we could conceivably live on investment income.
So Lou, I know last time we had talked a lot about cryptocurrency.
Yes.
And I know on your talk show, I've heard you talk many times about Bitcoins, and I know you have strong opinions about it. So in terms of cryptocurrency, particularly in this climate, is it too dangerous than it was even than what it was last year?
Well, again, Brother Brown, you raise a good point. And I think Brother Pace mentioned earlier, when we look at your asset allocation, we think about, well, is it a good idea? Well, I'm going to put on my lawyer's hat. It depends. I certainly wouldn't want the average person to put their mortgage money in cryptocurrency. People vary on this. Probably 2 to 3 to maybe 4% is about the extent that the average person, if they're so inclined. Now, we have to keep in mind, cryptocurrency has lost a lot of value. So you have to have the capacity, if you will, to ride that storm. Now, it's not regulated as we think about normal currencies or traditional currencies. So there's some inherent risk. And I just say to folks, I don't tell them not to do it, but I tell them to be very, very cautious about it. And finally, from a tax perspective, keep in mind that cryptocurrency, if you receive it in exchange for services rendered, it's taxable, and it's taxable at the value of the date that it is exchanged. So there are some intricacies surrounding that, but the more basic concept that I just want to put on the table is it is a very speculative investment, and certainly you don't want to do this. You want to assume that you lose, and if you're comfortable with losing what you've invested, then I think it's fair to consider that a possible investment option.
So we have another question in the Q&A about NFTs. Who wants to take that?
I'll hop on that. So it's kind of basically well, not the same, but it's really similar to the crypto space in that they are unregulated. There's not really a backing that determines the value. It's all based on perception, which is not really the best when it comes to investing in something for the future, in my opinion, at least. But I know lots of people I've spoken to have that fear of missing out. That can be a dangerous thing. You fear that you will be missing out on potential returns, but I would always go back to, what are you willing to lose? When you have an investment that is extremely speculative and new and on the cutting edge, those things, it's kind of like a write-off mentally. I say, okay, if you have a few dollars to go towards it, great. And if you're comfortable with losing that, great. The upside is there, but if more than likely, it probably won't meteor like how we see in the news, every now and then. So if you're fine with taking on that risk for that reward, then great. But if not, you probably should stick to things that we know a little bit more about the securities market.
What does NFT stand for?
I believe it's non-fungible token.
Okay. Yeah. So in terms of senior citizens, I know, folks who are at least of the retirement age are primarily on a fixed income. How do they navigate when they don't have like disposable income to kind of move around, particularly during times of high inflation?
Well, I'll just comment, and there's a variety. As a matter of fact, you mentioned Brother Brown, the show. I was just talking to a caller that came in this morning, and he was a senior on fixed income, and I was saying that it may require you to modify your game plan, go a little bit beyond your comfort zone to reduce expense. Now, sometimes, like I was saying to the caller today, it may mean that you downsize if you're a homeowner. Or if you're a homeowner, it may mean that you elect to bring in a renter, someone that will rent a room or a space like the downstairs. So you're looking at ways to reduce expenses and, if possible, increase income. So I encourage folks that are in fixed income, and the other side of it is sometimes you decide it's time to make a little money. I mean, the good news in our economy right now is, at least on the national level, unemployment is still below 4%. And so someone that even on a part-time basis, barring any health impediments, is receptive to working, you can get employment even on a part-time basis to supplement. So, during this period of time, I just challenge people to look beyond their comfort level, albeit working to generate income, albeit looking at ways to make assets like a home work for you, and then the possibility of downsizing so that your overhead is reduced.
Now, recently, I know the Federal Reserve Chair has been under some pressure to raise interest rates in an effort to, combat the rising inflation. So can you help our audience understand the concept of how that works? How does raising interest rates go to decrease inflation?
Brother Pace?
Sure. So like I mentioned earlier, inflation is essentially the process of the cost of wages and the supply of goods naturally rising with time. People demand more money for their service, so that naturally raises inflation. In order to combat that, we had the Federal Reserve typically raises interest rates to, I'm going to use the word artificially, make the value of money a little bit more by charging more interest for goods. So that naturally, the way that banks circulate money makes it so that the inflation slowly comes down. And on the flip side, when the market is not having much stimulus at all, rates are lowered so that there's a little bit more money for people to spend on investments in the overall economy. So that's really what the dichotomy is there. Like Brother Hutt said earlier, the market is cyclical. We see periods of expansion and regression all the time, every some odd years. So this is constantly a balancing act that the Federal Reserve has to do. So if we lean a little bit too much one way, we have to start leaning the other way to help balance ourselves out. So that's really what that process means and how we'll be seeing that in the future. We just happen to be in a time where we're in a rising interest rate period.
So unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I did want to just pose the general question to both of you as we wrap up. I know we've talked a lot about a lot of different things. I know, unfortunately, this conversation is centered all about inflation, and rightfully so, because this is what we're dealing with. There's one piece of advice that perhaps we haven't had a chance to share in this short conversation that could help our audience in terms of knowing what their next plan of attack is in terms of their financial wellness. What would that be? Kendall, I'll start with you.
Sure. I would first say get emergency savings in place. Find out how much you spend per month and multiply that by 3 or 6. That represents 3 to 6 months worth of expenses covered in the event that you can no longer work because of a layoff or an injury, or your roof leaks or your car breaks down, something. That way we can avoid going into debt to solve those issues. You already have a cash reserve to solve that. Debt is something that really hangs on not just our community, but Americans in general. If we can avoid the bad debt, then that's really putting ourselves a leg up in creating cash for ourselves to invest in the future. So that's really my big one note to take away.
And I would only add to that, indicating that I challenge individuals to consider and explore the possibility of creating a side hustle. I mean, one of my mantras is spend less, make more, and invest the difference. So that middle component, a side hustle, and sometimes that's simple as transitioning a hobby into a business. In other words, we want to monetize talent, time, relationships, ideas. And it's not like you have to jump in the deep water of 15 feet. If a side hustle can be something that you engage in once or twice a month with the idea that it's going to generate a stream of income.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Kendall. Kendall Pace is a financial advisor for the Edward Jones Investments, and Lou Hutt, man, he does everything. He's accountant, lawyer. Obviously, he has a radio talk show. Where can we find that on Sirius?
It's 126 Sirius, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. every Saturday morning. Thank you for that plug.
Great. Brothers, we thank you so much for your wisdom, your advice, as we navigate through some very difficult financial times. And I'm sure that everybody found something to gain from this. So thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure being here.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Back to you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, Mr. Hutt, Mr. Pace. And so Mr. Hutt and Mr. Pace aren't the only ones who are doing everything. Also, our moderator for the last session also wanted to highlight you, Mr. Brown, and thank you for your service. Mr. Brown is the current chairman of the board of the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation, and in his, part-time job, full-time job, serves as a coordinating producer for the C-SPAN networks and as a part of their editorial management team. So thank you thank you all for that discussion. It's just as impactful this year as it was last year, and with new information that's been shared. And you guys talked about asset allocation, importance of sacrifice, the importance of sacrifice being balanced, having some type of strategy. And so with that, time allocation is an important thing. And so we thank all of you that are here today for allocating a part of your time and investing that time in your own future and that of our communities by participating in today's session. So we're about halfway through today's program. And so we have already been stretched spiritually. We're stretching financially. And now we're about to literally stretch. So it's time for a yoga break with Mr. Gary Hart. And immediately after that yoga break, stay tuned because we're going to have our very first giveaway. So with that, give it over to you, Mr. Hart.
Now we have come to a part in today's program that requires your active participation. Audience participation is important. In this next segment of the 2022 Men's Health Forum, we will have a yoga demonstration by the Spiritual Essence Yoga and Wellness Center. Yoga improves strength, balance, and flexibility, helps with back pain relief, can ease arthritis symptoms, and it has many heart health benefits. Yoga relaxes you and helps you to sleep better. Please join in as we learn more about yoga with the Spiritual Essence Yoga and Wellness Center.
So is Mr. Hart there? Mr. Gary Hart? Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Hart, why don't we go ahead and get to our first giveaway? All right, we're going to spin. So for all of you that registered, your names have been placed into a raffle. If you happen to win today, please include your email or phone number in the Q&A function, and only the host will see your contact information for those of you who have privacy concerns. So with that, we'll go ahead and start our first spin of the raffle. All right, and so our first winner is Mr. Reginald Crone. Congratulations, you have won an Amazon gift card. Super excited. Just heard from Brother Hutt, Brother Pace about making more, spending less, investing the rest. So I don't know how you plan on spending that Amazon gift card, but hopefully it's something that's going to contribute to your wellness. And I think we have one more card to give. We can have one more winner for this session. All right, here we go again. Talks about the importance of registering. All right, and our next winner, congratulations, Rebecca Smith. You also are now the proud winner of an Amazon gift card. So I'm telling you, today's session, you just keep on giving. We're giving spiritual advice, we're giving financial advice, and now we are giving literal gift cards away. So thank you all again. Do we have Mr. Hart? Is he on now? Okay, I think that we're still waiting for Mr. Hart. Maybe he's stretching. Maybe he's stretching. But what I would say is that just so that we are still on time, that we still have what I would encourage you to do at this time, in that we have maybe another 10 minutes or so before we get into our next session, which is going to be intellectual wellness conversation with Dr. Yvonne Bronner. I would encourage you to just take these few minutes to maybe to stand up. If it's grabbing some water, as you heard from the nutrition video earlier, and talked about the concerns about mixing drinks, sugary drinks, focusing more on water, but this would be an opportune time to do that. We're still on time. The brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated are serious about the time, and we've been able to stay on time so far. So let's say that everyone, if you could rejoin in maybe 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes after stretching, we'll get into our next session with Dr. Yvonne Bronner.
change it here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hart. It's on you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, guys. I am working on this background. I'm not sure. Looks like it says a health form background, which is not mine. So I'm actually trying to remove that background. Are you guys able to see me?
Yes, we can see you. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see start video. You'll see an arrow right next to it, an up arrow. If you click on that.
Right.
And then go to choose virtual background.
Okay.
And then click on none, or click on whatever background that you had.
Got it. Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. So good afternoon, guys. My name is Gary Hart. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you guys. And we're going to go ahead and get started. I am seated in, as you guys can see, I have a folded chair here. And I have my chair on a mat, so to make sure it doesn't slip or slide. If you have a different type of chair, that's fine, just as long as you can sit upright with your feet grounded on the mat. Heart lifted, shoulders relaxed down your back. We're just going to spend a few moments going through a mini chair yoga flow. Just kind of bringing your awareness into the space where you are. If you have an armchair, that's fine. Just be able to place your hands on the top of your thighs. Again, your feet are grounded. If you're somewhere where it's comfortable for you to take your shoes off, feel free to do that as well, so you can ground through the inner and outside edges of your seat. Your core is engaged. Shoulders are lifted, and then roll your shoulders down your back, and just, you can gently close your eyes and just bring your gaze to the tip of your nose as you breathe normally in through the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Focusing on the breath. I'm sitting about midway up my chair, so I'm not sitting all the way back, which allows me to have this upright posture. Inhaling and exhaling normally. Start to allow your thoughts to drift away from anything you were doing prior. Try not to allow your thoughts to slip away to anything that you have planned after this few minutes. And then begin to deepen your breathing, inhaling deeply in through the nostrils. Allow that breath to move into the belly, up to the lungs, all the way up to the chest as those areas expand to receive that breath. And then slowly exhale, releasing that breath from the chest, the lungs, the belly. One more time like that. Deep, full inhales, moving away from the shallow breathing we normally do. Taking a deep inhale in through the nostrils, into the belly, lungs, all the way up to the chest. And then slowly releasing that air from the chest, the lungs, the belly. Returning to your normal breathing. And if you had your eyes closed, softly start to flutter the eyes as you open the eyes. Couple more breaths, that normal breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Again, with your feet grounded, your knees about hip distance apart, palms to the top of the thighs. As you take a deep inhale, allow the belly to come forward. Take your gaze up towards the ceiling, coming into a lower arch back, arch in the middle of the back. Inhale, lifting up. And then as you exhale, press the palms into the thighs, arch the upper back, kind of like a frightened cat. Gaze those in toward the belly. Head drops down. Still some seated cat-cows. So as you inhale again, belly comes forward, heart opens, the shoulders roll down the back, and the gaze looks up at the ceiling for cow. And as you exhale, arch the back, gaze to belly, coming into cat. And then inhale, come back to a neutral spine, crown of the head reaches up toward the ceiling. Drop those arms alongside the body. As you inhale, reach those arms up. Keep the shoulders relaxed. Press your palms up into the ceiling. Imagine that your torso can separate from your hips as you find length through the side body, staying grounded to your seat and staying grounded through your feet. Press those palms up into the ceiling as you keep the shoulders relaxed. Take that energy out to the side walls and press that energy through your palms as you're pressing into the walls. And then exhale, bring your pinkies toward each other behind the back as you open up through the chest. Roll your shoulder blades back and down, opening through the front of the shoulders. Inhale, bring those arms back out to the side and up alongside the ears. Drop that left hand to the outside of the left thigh and reach up through that right hand, getting long in the side body. As you inhale up, exhale, folding over, reaching those left fingertips down toward the mat. Stay grounded through that right foot. A nice side body stretch. You can take your gaze up to the inner elbow if you like. And then inhale, both arms lift again. Find that lift through the side body. Imagine you're trying to pull something off of the ceiling, keeping your shoulders relaxed, just reaching through the arms. And then drop that right arm to the outside of that right leg. Lift up through that left hand, and then fold over to the left, reaching those fingertips down towards the mat. Maybe gazing up to the inside of that left armpit, that left elbow, shoulders relaxed. And then inhale, both arms lift again. Exhale, bring your hands to the outside of your left thigh and left hip. Lift through the heart as you inhale, and as you exhale, look over that left shoulder, coming into a spinal twist. Keep your core engaged here. Relax the shoulders down the back. Inhale, coming back to center, arms alongside the ears. And as you exhale, twist to the right. Hands come to the outside of the hip and the knee. Shoulders relaxed, chest stays lifted. Looking over that right shoulder for a spinal twist here. Knees stay straight. Inhaling. Exhale. Inhale, coming back to center, arms alongside ears. Slide your heels forward. Bring your hands to your thighs. And as you exhale, keep the chest leading the way, folding forward, hinging at the hips. Hands slide down the legs. Crown of the head drops heavy. Chin to chest. Inhale, half lift. Your hands come up the legs. Your heart shines forward. Exhale, fold again. Chest, chin to chest. Drag your fingertips up your legs as you slowly bring your torso back up. Rounding through the feet again, arms alongside the body. Inhale, both arms lift. Exhale, lower. One last time. Inhale, both arms lift. Pin that energy between your palms. And exhale. Bring your hands to your heart. And shake that all out. Thank you, guys. I'm hopeful you feel a little better, a little energy. Just a real short snippet. And I see my time is up for that 10 minutes. I'll pause for a few questions if there are any.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hart. I'm feeling much more relaxed now.
Awesome. Glad you are.
After that, so we appreciate that you were able to come on and walk everyone through that exercise.
My pleasure.
And so now we're asking everyone if you could take a few minutes to pause and answer a couple of questions on a survey. The link it has been posted to the chat, and your feedback on the survey is incredibly important to the planning group, as you heard earlier from, I believe it was from Brother Scott, Brother Woodson, and Brother Woodson and Dr. Sterling earlier, that this forum, I believe, is the fourth year that they've done this forum. And so the feedback that you provide will help to inform future sessions and future offerings and resources that the foundation and the chapter will provide in the future. So we'll just pause for a quick minute for you to quickly read and provide some of that feedback.
That requires your active participation. Audience participation is important. Please take a few seconds to complete the participation polls related to the health forum and provide your honest feedback. The information will be used to make improvements for future events.
You all can see it on your end, but for the organizers, we can't see who's completing the poll, but we can see whether or not anyone is actually working on the poll. And so right now I don't see any activity. So what, again, encourage you, we have someone that said that they haven't seen the link. So it was posted by Pearl Barnett at about, you look at the 12:14 mark in the chat. So you can go to pollev.com. That's POLLEV.com/men's health. And that's where you'll find the poll. So we'll wait maybe one more minute for everyone to find that poll and to provide that feedback so we can then move on to our next session. Okay, we're waiting one more minute. All right, well, thank you all very much for your feedback, and we're now going to move to the next session. As I mentioned earlier, we're a little over like the halfway mark of the session. So we've already talked about spiritual wellness, we've talked about financial wellness, talked about nutrition. You have literatively and figuratively stretched yourself this morning. And so now we're going to transition to our next session, which has to do with intellectual wellness with our speaker, Dr. Yvonne Bronner.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. This has been a wonderful opportunity. I want to thank each of you for all that I have learned, starting with the spiritual component, and I engage in that each and every morning. I want the reverends to know. And then, of course, we all need to know more about our money and how to spend that. And so I am very grateful for that, especially all the new information that I have learned. And I understand my slides are going to be coming up with Ms.
Yes, and we also need to properly introduce you, Dr. Bronner.
Oh.
So we have a video queued up. We have the esteemed Dr. Yvonne Bronner on, so we don't want to cheat you out of your introduction. you're esteemed and acclaimed. So with that, we'll
Intellectual wellness refers to an active participation in scholastic, cultural, community, and health-related activities. It is important to gain and maintain intellectual wellness because it expands knowledge and skills to live a stimulating, successful life. To improve intellectual wellness, it is important to be engaged, value creativity, curiosity, and lifelong learning. Just like your physical and emotional health, your intellect needs nourishment too. Intellectual well-being consists of critical thinking, stimulating curiosity, problem solving, and spurring creativity. Intellectual well-being isn't confined to just the classroom or the office, but instead requires lifelong sustainment, integration, and cultivation. Strategies and characteristics of intellectual wellness include, but aren't limited to, expanding your ability to create, develop, analyze, critique, concentrate, understand, evaluate, problem solve, predict, comprehend, and so on. Improving competence in intellectual and academic activities by improving your skills in academics, studying, time management, stress management, note-taking, listening, and public speaking. Being able to challenge yourself to see all sides of an issue. Becoming a critical thinker. Developing your own ideas, views, and opinions. Exposing yourself to new ideas, people, and beliefs that are different from your own. Becoming aware of who you are and what you value. In today's session, we will talk about intellectual wellness, what it means, and putting intellectual wellness into practice.
The Intellectual Wellness Lecture is being delivered by Dr. Yvonne Bronner. Dr. Yvonne Bronner, SCD. Dr. Bronner is professor and founding director of the MPH Dr. PH program at Morgan State University. Dr. Bronner's research include role of fathers in breastfeeding promotion among African American families, the epidemiological investigation of African American dietary knowledge, attitudes, beliefs, and practices.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction and for including me in this program. I just want to say that everything that we've done so far in the program has related to critical thinking. And the topic that I've chosen for today is critical thinking and imperative for the 21st century. And I think all of us know that as we have just been listening to the news and heard the wonderful Benny Thompson on the other night, we recognize how important critical thinking is. And so with the next slide, we're going to get into the presentation of what is critical thinking. Critical thinking is the disciplined art of ensuring that you use the best thinking you are capable of all the time. Now, thinking, the first thing we like to say is that we are a robot with a brain. And so our brain really is what tells our hands, our arms, our legs what to do. And so our thinking is extremely important. And so that's why it's so important for us to recognize how disciplined we have to be in this thinking. This requires that you learn a lot about thinking. And so with the next slide, we're going to say, well, what is thinking? Thinking is the mind at work. And I love to look at these pictures of the young men and how intensely they are engaged in their work. And this is what thinking is all about. And so with the next slide, we say, well, why is critical thinking so important? Well, critical thinking, moving on to the next slide, critical thinking is important. However, it is hard work. It is hard intellectual work. And that's why we don't do a whole lot of it. We like to just sort of watch TV. We like to let somebody else do the thinking. But right now, we can't afford to do that. We want to engage in this hard work. And why are we going to do that? It's because good thinking is very important. It's usually rewarded by higher pay. And most of us want to make more money. And it's also associated with better outcomes in all areas of your life. Critical thinking should therefore influence the way we do everything. Moving to the next slide. There are several stages in developing critical thinking. And the first stage is where a lot of people begin, especially a lot of young people. They are unreflective thinkers, unaware of significant problems in our thinking. They don't even think they have a problem thinking. They don't worry about thinking. Thinking is not valued by them. And so therefore, they don't even know that there are standards of thinking that they need to learn. So that's the unreflective. In the next slide, we move to the challenge thinker. Now, the challenge thinker all of a sudden knows that thinking is important. They are aware of the problems in their own thinking, and they say, I own them. I know I am not organized, I'm not logical, and so therefore I am going to learn about these standards so that I can do better. And so that's the challenge thinker. Moving to the next stage, the beginning thinker. Oh boy, thinking serious, just takes it very serious, begins to think about thinking in terms of clarity, accuracy, relevance, precision, logic, justifiability, breadth, and depth. Somewhat like you would think a lawyer thinks. We want everything to be complete, comprehensive. This beginning thinker said, yes, I'm going to wake up my mind. I'm going to get involved. And then we go to stage 4. Once the mind is engaged, you got to practice, because the mind is lazy, just like every other part of our body. If you don't use your muscles, the muscles get weak. You don't use your mind gets weak. And so you got to practice. Recognize the necessity of regular practice. Develop a plan. Use wasted time to think. Do not just waste time. Even conversations among our students at Morgan, I recommend that they talk about things in the news, talk about their future careers. Don't just waste time when you're engaging with your peers. Let us begin to value every single moment in which we are thinking so that we have the best thinking possible. And then in the next stage, we become, at the next slide, an advanced thinker. We learn the standards of thought and we apply them. We develop a plan to change gradually. We keep a journal that's been mentioned earlier, and we practice. We have a plan, We are going to get better in our thinking. And so why is all this important? So let's go to the next slide. The benefits of critical thinking is important because it helps us to take advantage of our human rights. Now, all of us know that we're in critical times in democracy right now, and our human rights are being challenged. And the sad part, though, is that many people don't even give thought to what their human rights are. So let's talk about the human rights. The human rights are the basic rights and freedoms to which all humans are entitled, often held to include the right to life, to liberty, to freedom, and of thought and expression and equality. All of these are things that are being challenged right now. And so if we're not critical thinkers, we will allow our human rights to be eroded. And so in the next slide, you can see our claim to our human rights, that we have to have good education, historical education, if you will. We got to know our history lest we repeat it. We have to have good education so that we can protect our human rights. And what are those rights? Trust, equity, freedom, hope, peace, justice, integrity, prosperity, all the things that we've talked about, the rule of law. You cannot protect those things if you don't know about those things. So our education is very important. Now, in the next slide, we're going to talk about our unalienable right. There are many core principles that I could talk about in terms of our human rights. We're just going to talk about one of them because this one is so important, our inalienable right. And the first thing about this right, if you see on the right-hand side of this slide, nobody gave it to you. The Creator gave it to you. And so therefore, you should not let anybody take it from you. This unalienable right is your human right. A person cannot voluntarily give this right up, nor can others take it away from them. Now, you can let people take it away from you if you're not protecting it, but they can't take it away unless you let them take it away. And so we have to know about our human rights so that we can be human and protect our rights. And so now let's go forward to think about critical thinking allows you then to claim and take full advantage of your human rights. So if all of this is so critical, how good is your thinking? I want you to just ask yourself that. Am I clear? Am I accurate? Am I precise in my thinking? And how skilled are you in your thinking? And so as we move to the next slide, we will find that this is all a question of you. Critical thinking is not about your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. We've heard that before, right? It's self-directed, self-disciplined, self-monitored, and self-corrected. And it's hard work. And this is why we have a lot of students who are just not applying themselves in school. We have a lot of people who are working in environments where they're not applying their best thinking. It's because thinking requires a lot of work. However, we're up to the task. So if we move to the next slide, critical thinking presupposes that you want excellence in the things that you do, especially in the way that you think. And you can't have excellence in what you do unless you have excellence in thinking. Remember, we are robots with a brain. Your hands are going to do what you tell them to do. Your feet are going to go where you tell them to go. You're going to eat what you tell yourself to eat. And so if you're not excellent in your thinking, you're going to fall down in the things that best support your well-being. And because we're basically self-centered, our thinking is often biased. Oh my goodness, are we in a period of bias? In the next slide, we find that we have egocentric thinking. It's true because I believe it's true. We believe it's true. I want it to be true. I've always believed it. It is in my selfish interest to believe it. And, my parents used to say, it's true because I said so, right? Some of us go back that far. But the bottom line is that our egocentric thinking can be quite biased, and we're living in a period of bias. Benny Thompson told us as that committee is beginning to set forth the truth of what happened, there will be people who won't believe it. it's just because they don't believe it. It's not because it's not true. And so if we go to the next slide, what we find is not only do we have egocentric, we have sociocentric thinking. In other words, we move the ego to the group level. We all belong to multiple groups. This wonderful Alpha Phi Alpha is a group. And if you don't watch it, there may be some groupthink. And we have to be careful that the group is thinking the right thing, because if the group is not thinking the right thing, then the group can move us off course. And so do not go along with the group. Most of us, as we were growing up, our parents insisted that we be our own person, that we think, have our own values. You know what you're taught. And so therefore you have to go out and be yourself. Moving on to the next slide. Our sociocentrism is rather than being a sociocentric type of thinking, we should act with a clear sense of personal purpose and value. And one of the examples that I want to give goes back to our nutritionist, our wonderful nutritionist who was on earlier, because nutrition is so important to our health and well-being. And so we have to be careful that we eat our fruits and vegetables. Those are choices that you have to make. And it was mentioned early, I think, by one of the reverends, that many of us have gained our COVID 10, 15 or more pounds because we were isolated, we were away from our regular routines. And so we have got some thinking to do. We've got to get on the scale, look at that number, and then make some decisions. We have to have values. What are some of our values? What are some of our beliefs? And we have to then start to set a plan of action. Now, there are three, going to the next slide, there are three functions of the mind. The first one is thinking, and this is what we've been talking about. So you say, well, what is thinking? It creates meaning. It makes sense of the events that we live in. In other words, it allows you to judge things, to perceive things. The beauty of the trees around you have to be perceived. Allows you to analyze. The panel on financial wellness talked about analyzing your assets. It allows you to clarify your values. What do I believe? Determining, is this important? Is it important now? Comparing A with B, what am I going to do? And the decisions that you make. And then synthesizing all of these things into a meaningful whole. All of that takes place in the quality of your mind called thinking. In the next slide, we're going to look at feelings. Number 2 is feeling. And we're in the COVID period, we're going through a lot of feelings. We're going through a lot of them because of grief. Even though we have happiness, we've had a lot of sadness. And this has gone all the way, in some cases, to depression. We're anxious about things. We're losing jobs. We're losing friends. We're have the economy that is shaking around, and inflation. So much is going on. It's difficult to remain calm. So we're stressed, we're worried, we're excited. All of these are feelings, and these are natural. It's only when they become pathologic that we have to be concerned. But yes, you have an array of feelings, and you should be, to be a whole human being, you should recognize that positive and negative feelings are a part of who you are. And then finally, the last slide here, the next slide has wanting. When we experience the world, a very healthy way in which our mind functions to keep us moving forward is that it motivates us to action. It helps us to plan, to set goals, to have desires, to have purposes, have agendas, to have values, to have motives. And so it's an active process. And if a person is not in this mode, then we should be concerned, and especially children. We have a lot of our children who just seem to be wandering around in circles, and we cannot let this happen. We have to help them to find their greatness, to find their purpose, to set some goals, and to be able to set a plan of action that allows them to move forward with these goals. And so in the next slide, since your thinking controls you, do you control your thinking? And this is a very important question that we have to ask ourselves all the time, and especially around the things that undermine our health and wellness, such as diet, physical activity, mindfulness, meditating, taking that time alone, as the doctor mentioned in the very first spiritual, that starting the day with some quiet time so that you can center yourself and get yourself moving in the right direction. Do you control your thinking? This is a very important question. Now we're going to go into the standards of thinking. And these are the very important aspects of the talk that I'm going to give and the things that I want you to take to heart. So the first thing about the first standard is clarity. And you have heard a lot of people talk, and when they finish saying something, you don't have a clue. What the devil did they say? So making sure a thought is understood as intended. Often you can just use an example. You notice I've been using several examples in this talk. When I say something, I try to use an example just to be sure that what I say has been understood. So we can provide examples, we can provide illustrations, we can restate something so that we make sure that what people have heard is what we intended them to hear. I had an example of this just the other day. My grandson, about 5 years ago, got cancer, and cancer is very frightening. And so he went through a lot of treatment. Now, when I was talking to the person yesterday, though, I mentioned it not as treatment, but as therapy. She said, "Oh, he's been in therapy?" Now, most people, when you say therapy, they think of psychological therapy. No, I just used the wrong word. So we had to clarify that. We wanted to, instead of therapy, I meant treatment. And so I needed to be clear. The next slide. So the first standard of thinking is clarity. Now, the next one is accuracy. The question, is it true? Now, we need a lot of this right now because we are in the stage where you can look at a piece of white paper, somebody say it's black, and then all of a sudden, all of us get together, we say, this paper is black, and then all of a sudden, we are not being accurate. So how can we check on this? A statement can be clear, but not be accurate. For example, we can just state that most dogs weigh 300 pounds. Well, that's a pretty clear statement. But we know that most dogs don't weigh 300, so it's not accurate. So we have to always be checking ourselves. So the second standard is accurate. Now let's move on to the next standard, precision, being specific, detailed. A statement can be clear and accurate, but not precise. For example, most people got vaccinated. Well, that's true. But the question is, that's not precise. So how many people? We can say more than 1 million people died of COVID. That's correct, but that's not precise. Precision would say exactly how many people on today, because people are still dying from COVID. That would give us a level of precision. Okay, moving on to the next standard, relevance. And this is where we really get off. So how is this fact or information connected to the question or the issue? Now, you've heard a lot of people go down a path, and what they're telling you about they start with A, they end up with B, C, or D. It's not relevant. So a statement can be clear, it can be accurate, precise, but it's just not relevant. For example, I bought a lot of exercise equipment. So how come I'm overweight? It's because overweight is not based on how much exercise equipment you have, but how consistently and vigorously you use it. So you can see relevance is very important. So moving on to the next standard, depth. How does your answer address the complexities of a question? Just be a lifelong learner. Well, that's certainly a very good thing. And I heard that mentioned earlier today, that we want to all be lifelong learners. It's clear, it's accurate, it's precise, and it's relevant, but it fails to address the complexity of the problem. The multiple factors that influence lifelong learning, such as peers, time, motivation, discipline. All of these things are what get in the way of us reading and thinking and writing and journaling and doing the kinds of things that would provide us with depth of knowledge and understanding. And moving on to the next slide, what we want now is breadth. Now, so depth is one thing, but breadth is yet another piece of the standard. So, breadth, do we need to consider another point of view? You know, we just can't have one point of view. A discussion may be clear, accurate, precise, and deep, but presents only one side of the question. And that's my side or my parents' side. And don't you agree with me? And so defund the police is one example of that. We really have to think broadly about this and consider all of the perspectives. And then the next standard is logic. Does this really make sense? Does the conclusion flow from the facts or the evidence? For example, more guns for safety. Does that make any sense? See, we have to ask ourselves simple-minded questions. As we normalize guns and allow people to carry, as we make many of our vices so easily available to children. You know, we can get gambling passed through our legislation, but we can't get additional money for education. We got to start to do things that make sense. We've got to put our foot down in terms of logic. We've got to say, does this make sense for me, for society, for the well-being, for my family, for my future, for my career? And then as we move to the next one, significance. Is this important? Is this important, the most important thing for me to consider? Is this the most important part of the problem? How important is this issue to lifelong learning, to good health, to having friends? We know now with COVID and isolation, earlier in our spiritual, there was the mention of isolation and its impact on our health and well-being, both mentally and physically. Being an athlete, we got to be trained. We don't have to be an athlete just to keep up our exercise. Building family wealth. Our earlier panel spoke about our money management. We have to constantly say, what is significant in our lives, and then apply our time, energy, and our thinking to those things that are significant. And then finally, the last one is fairness. Do I care if this harms someone, or do I want my own way? And this goes all the way back to our homes, our families. You know, we have intimate partner violence that has really gone off the chart during COVID. We have suicide ideations and suicide itself, especially increasing among our young Black men. And we have a lot of issues that, do I care if this harms someone, or do I just want my own way? Do I favor a certain point of view over another? Is this fair? And we have a whole history that we're dealing with critical race theory. And now about fairness. But, you know, as we progress and we're in management positions and positions of power, we have to also constantly ask ourselves, are we fair? Are we doing the kinds of things that really are fair to our constituents? And so in the final slide, we reach the stage of being a master thinker. This requires a lot of practice. We have to practice until we're skilled and insightful thinking, and all of that becomes a habit. It's just like the maestro who has many years of training before he gets up in front of the orchestra, or the athlete who is very excellent in what they do. Any person who is excellent in what they do have mastered thinking. They have taken the control of their thinking so that their thinking controls the body. They do not let it go the other way around. And so I would just like to thank you in the final slide and open for any questions or comments that the audience might have. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Bronner. And so just want to reiterate that for those of you that have a question, feel free to put those into the chat using use the Q&A function to submit those questions. And we did have a few questions that came in for registration when they saw that you were going to be here today and having this conversation. And one of those had to do with how do you go about keeping your mind sharp?
I'm so happy to have that question. And I want to go back to several things. This is a great conference in the sense that you all have included a lot of things that have additive value. And so a sharp mind begins with good nutrition. You want to be sure that you feed your mind, and the person who spoke about having fruits and vegetables, but you have a fast all night, and especially is this true for children who are going, or anybody, frankly, but I think about, my background is maternal and child health, so I think about children a lot. They fast all night, they don't eat, and then they go to school without eating breakfast. That is not going to help you. Your mind needs to be energized. You also need to be hydrated. We're between 60 and 70% water, our bodies. And so when we have slept all night, we have not drank water. And so two things we need first thing in the morning. So energy for the brain. The next thing is exercise. We already talked about that, right? And so we want to be sure that we're constantly allowing blood to flow, not just through, we talk about the heart, arms and legs, but how about the brain? When you exercise, the blood flows through the brain as well. And then, of course, practice. You got to, I know the doctor was on earlier, and I am not a physician, but we know that as you think, you have pathways that are in the brain. And so the more you think, the more you vitalize those pathways. And let me say that because I'm old. And so as people age, you can age well. I'm 80, as a matter of fact. And so therefore, you can age well. You just have to use the brain. If you don't use it, guess what? You what?
Lose it.
Just checking to see if you were with me.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
All right.
Yeah, and speaking of that, in terms of like using it, my parents used to say all the time, mother and father, that you are what you listen to, you are what you watch, you are what you become what you read. So that kind of leads into another question that was posed during the registration about how then do you begin to think critically in all aspects?
Okay. Well, let me just say this. The reading, I read, as you can see from the books around me, I've been a faculty for about 40 years. And so I read a lot. And so, but you can't just read passively. You have to read actively. And so what do I mean by that? I say to students, as a matter of fact, this is I love being at Morgan because a lot of students think that everything that's in a book is correct. I don't read a single line that anybody writes without challenging it. Is this logical? Is it true? Does it match with the background that I have? And you can't do that unless you have a background, right? And so therefore, in order to have a background, you must be well read. And let me say, you can't read everything. And this is why social interaction is so important. I like to be with other well-read people because they challenge me, I challenge them, and we challenge each other. And so that is how one can be a critical thinker, starting with a good, solid background. And let me say this, especially, I don't want to overstep our time, but I'm working on a very important project right now where we're trying to bring maternal and child health into our HBCUs. And what I say to them over and over, we will not do this without excellence. Our practitioners must be excellent. And so therefore they must be funded. I don't want anybody trying to teach who's flipping burgers. I want them to teach because they read, because they study, because they're up to date, and because they can publish, they can go to meetings and go toe to toe with anybody. And that is what I mean by excellence.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think we have time for one more for one more question. And again, thank you again for your time. And you talked about the importance of education, even now in terms of talking about reading and reading critically. And so is there a correlation then between intellectual wellness and education?
Let me, because that can sort of give somebody a pass. Well, if I'm not intellectual, I don't think that anybody cannot do. Now, a lot of people will require more time than others. And I want to say a couple of things here because I just read an article this morning, as a matter of fact, about the spectrum of intellectual capability and the spectrum of jobs that are out there and unemployment. Now, you know, we have within our community 40% who are unemployed. That is not tenable. And so why is that? It's because we do not do good career planning. And so we think that if you don't go to college, you can't do anything except nothing, you know, flip burgers, whatever. What I'm trying to get across is that except for that 5 or 10% of people who may actually have real limitations, everybody else ought to be programmed for excellence. And I'm going to say that one more time. Everybody else ought to be programmed for excellence. So if I am a truck driver, I should be the best truck driver. And when I grew up, they used to say, if you're a ditch digger, but whatever it is that falls for your hands to do, honest work, having a good, honest living, being sure that you are the best. Now, in this article I read, they highlighted community college and trade schools. We don't do as much with those as we should. We don't, everybody's not going to be a surgeon or a NASA person. But can't we use our community colleges, our trade schools, and value those people so that they will be excellent? I want the best electrician to come to my house at $85 before they even get in the car. Right? So let us have the spectrum of people who all are achieving at their very highest levels. That is so important to me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Bronner. You are true to the call to action of being excellent. We thank you for your time and for all the guidance and wisdom that you've shared this morning. So thank you very, very much.
And thank you all for having me twice. I told Tara, let's not even go there, right?
Right.
Okay, you all have a good day.
Thank you so much. And so with that, then we're going to transition to then the next, before we go into our next session, we're asking for everyone to go back to that poll one more time to complete that poll. And that's at, you see that link has been posted in the chat a couple of times, the pollev.com/men's health, to provide feedback on the sessions that you've heard today. So you have the opportunity to answer the questions now about, provide feedback on the intellectual wellness session that you just heard with Dr. Bronner. And so while you're doing that, we're going to take care of a couple of things at the same time. We're also going to get into our giveaway as well. All right. All right. Congratulations, Brennan Taylor. Hopefully, Brennan, that you will enjoy that Amazon gift card, and we'll put it to good use. Maybe buying some of the books that you just heard Dr. Bronner talking about as you contribute to your intellectual wellness. So we're gonna spin the wheel one more time. We have one more giveaway. And the Amazon gift card this time goes to, I thought it was Kevin Hart for a second. I was like, oh, we have Kevin Hart on? No, that's Keith Alexander. So congratulations, Keith. Again, we hope that you are also making wise decisions with your Amazon gift card. So whatever is being dropped off to your house is going to contribute to your health and wellness. So with that, hope that you all took the time to complete the poll for the intellectual wellness session. And with that, then we are now going to transition into a video on sexual health that will then be followed by a medical provider roundtable that will be moderated by Brother Sadiq Ali.
Medical Provider Roundtable. Historically, there has been a great deal of distrust of medical providers by Black communities, especially amongst Black men. This distrust is often fueled by the lack of diversity in healthcare providers. It is important that we have healthcare providers that are reflective of the communities they serve. We often experience challenges with navigating the health and medical system. Systemic factors include limited educational opportunities, racism, health system mistrust, and a lack of culturally tailored health information and services are often critical barriers for health literacy in African American men. Medical providers promising strategies. The good news is that we can play active roles in our own care and safety. Healthful tips for interacting with healthcare providers include, but aren't limited to, taking part in all decisions about your treatment, speaking up if you have any questions or concerns, ask healthcare workers to tell you what they plan to do to you before you consent. And lastly, be prepared to describe your medical history, your allergies, your concerns, and list all of your current medications to your doctor's visit. In today's session, you can speak with healthcare providers, learn about their professions, ask questions related to improving your medical visit, and discuss ways to take an active role in your health.
The Medical Provider Roundtable is being moderated by Dr. Sadiq Ali. Panelists include Dr. Getzen Hall, Dr. Fred Kinsey, Dr. T.L. Newsom, and Dr. Zhu.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Peace and blessings. Welcome. This is an exciting session. If we can just start off by thanking, again, these amazing brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated here in Prince George's County. Can we just make some virtual noise for you all, again, for just organizing such a wonderful gathering. This has been absolutely amazing. Number two, very quickly, if you could just type a 1 if you're still with us. We know it's getting later in the morning, early in the afternoon. Just type a 1 if you're still with us. Type a 2 if you've taken something away from this amazing virtual gathering so far today. Type a 2 if you got something from it so far. Type a 1 if you're still with us. All right, so we got some folks that's still alive to this esteemed panel. Really quickly, I'm excited to host this conversation because, you know, I'm uniquely qualified in that the video misspoke. I'm not a doctor, but my sister actually is a physician, a pediatrician by training, and she loves her big brother being forced to call her doctor. So that's always like a fun family gathering. But most importantly, I bring her up because her secondary specialty is around lifestyle medicine, which I think for our participants today, there'll be a common thread throughout our questions and our discussion around just how much control we have over our health as it pertains to being men and warding off disease and so many of the things that we know are preventable. The last thing I'll say really quickly is that I didn't want to call this the most important panel, but I do think that when folks think of health, most often we think of our physical health, which again, from this esteemed panel, we'll hear a great deal about from today. So again, we don't have long, but we will be strong. If one of our organizers can please let us know our end time, or if it's just a perfect ending, that would be great, so we know to keep us on track. So without further ado, I'm super excited. I'm not going to read their entire bios. You all can read more about them in the beautiful program that we all have access to. But again, starting off, Dr. Jensen Hall, Assistant Professor of Medicine and Nephrology at Duke University School of Medicine, also faculty at the Duke Molecular Physiology Institute. So again, excited to have Dr. Hall with us. Dr. Fred Kinsey is board certified in emergency medicine and also serves as a community emergency physician down in Jackson, Mississippi. Also serves as assistant professor of emergency medicine at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. Again, welcome, Dr. Kinsey.
followed by Dr. Newsom. Dr. T.L. Newsom is board certified in internal medicine, and again, specializes in managing diabetes and thyroid disease along with high blood pressure, which is, again, all too common in us as men, especially as Black men. And then lastly, last but certainly not least, Dr. Xiao Zhou, who is a fellowship-trained robotic surgeon and specializes in minimally invasive surgeries for various conditions, including prostate cancer and kidney disease. And again, just some additional disclosure for me personally, my father actually passed from prostate cancer, rest in peace, may he, back in 2011. So this entire gathering, today's conversation, is especially poignant and relevant for myself. So without further ado, we're just going to jump right in because, again, we are short on time. I guess let's go here first because we're still in the shadow of this pandemic. I don't know about you all, but I'm continuing to hear of cases and additional outbreaks every other day. There's an email from my kid's school, someone's still being exposed to COVID-19. But I'd love for each of you to sort of go around and maybe speak from you all's perspective of specialties and areas of expertise around maybe what has COVID-19 and being in this pandemic, hopefully we're at the tail end of it, but what have you all seen? What has been of a special note to you all in regards to you all's specialty alongside COVID-19? Maybe we'll start with Dr. Zhou.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. My view on this has been evolving over time over the past 2 years, just because so much has happened to all of us. One of the things that has really gotten me reflecting recently is, so I immigrated to the country with my family when I was younger. I still have a lot of family in China where I grew up in, and I haven't been able to see them for a long time. The country's in lockdown and everything. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is, I've wanted us to all kind of treasure the moments that we share with our family and our loved ones. And you never know, this whole thing took the entire world, and especially our country, like a whirlwind, and nobody saw that coming. So whether it's friends that you haven't seen for a while, or family, the friends that people may have lost over the past 2 years, I just wanted to say that I've been thinking about, trying to make the most of the time with our family and make sure that we take the time to spend some time with them. But yeah,
that's awesome.
It's not really specialty specific.
So. No, we'll get into the nitty gritty, but I thank you for that opening reflection, no doubt. To our fellow panelists, please jump in.
I think for me, Fred Kinsey here in Mississippi, for me, it really highlighted that illness has no barrier, no age barrier, no color barrier, no ethnic, no barrier. I have seen 90-year-olds die from COVID. I've seen 3-year-olds on the ventilator from COVID. I've seen multi-organ failure in 20-year-olds. I've seen heart failure in 30-year-olds. I've seen 40-year-olds who were once running marathons, now in nursing homes, some on oxygen for the rest of their lives. There is no barrier for illness. Anybody can get it, and we as a people have to really think about not just ourselves, but the other people that this virus can affect when we're doing our daily activities, when we're doing the normal things that we want to get back to, or attempting to do the normal things that we want to get back to. Understanding that though you may do fine with COVID, it may be a runny nose for you, it may be a headache for 2 days for you, but the person that you're sitting beside at a baseball game or a football game or in an elevator, it may be something that completely destroys their life. And a lot of people still don't understand that. They don't get that. They don't see it. And because they don't see it, it's that turning a blind eye. And it's been probably one of the hardest parts of COVID for me, is that I have to see it all the time. I have to hear about it. Being in emergency medicine, I see these patients come back into the ERs, and then I'm looking at this 30-year-old like, why is this guy on oxygen? And then you look at the charts like,
he got COVID a year ago, and he's still having chronic respiratory failure from COVID from a year ago. And, you know, it's taught me a lot.
Dr. Hall or Dr. Newsom?
Yeah, I would just reflect some of the same sentiments. The past couple of years have really been instructive broadly. The idea that we are all so intimately connected, despite what we might want to admit, that what happens in one house can easily affect what happens in another. And how disease of this type certainly knows no boundaries, but how it really requires of each of us to be mindful of the decisions that we're making on behalf of our fellows. Dr. Kinsey said this, but it really has impacted. It's brought together so many elements of my thinking that I just conveniently separated before it all happened. We don't have that luxury. And so it affects everything from your personal health to your local politics, to your national politics, to your religious affiliation. Disease of this type, with the ability to spread the way that it did, really broke down a lot of those distinctions in my mind. And we are left with over 1 million people dead and countless families impacted. And that's just in our borders. We're not considering those who are outside the country who are still suffering the impact with less resources maybe than we have to deal with it. So this is a global community issue, and our thinking about it would be, we would be well served to think about ourselves as having a global family. It will return if we take our feet off the gas. And so we have to focus now on how do we construct a new reality based on this experience. So
I'll jump in. So being in primary care, I kind of have a different, I guess, perspective than probably like emergency medicine and some of the other guys on the panel. So I have the conversation with patients a lot about like vaccines and vaccination against COVID. And one of the things I noticed was like the array of information and honestly like false information that's circulating in the community amongst everybody. And so I have conversations with people about outlandish things that they hear either about the vaccine or even about the virus itself. So for me, COVID-19 really opened my eyes to the various things in terms of healthcare that people are receiving in terms of like information, whether it's on the internet or their grandparents selling them stuff. And even though COVID-19, there's still a lot to be learned about it. It's really important that people in general, or the population in general, understands like where they're getting their information from. Is it factual, and what you're going to do with that information? Because, you know, one of the biggest things I think in terms of just COVID-19 and really being safe from it is, you know, I feel like being vaccinated is really important. You know, studies or at least case reports have shown that like a lot of the individuals that are ending up hospitalized and very, very sick from COVID are the ones that aren't vaccinated. And so there's lots of vaccines that can be helpful and preventative. And the fact that people still are not wanting to get vaccinated is, you know, it can be an issue because they're the ones that are going to end up, you know, getting hospitalized and very, very sick, if not dying from COVID most times. So that was the biggest thing that I've really noticed from COVID is just how much information is out there about healthcare in general that's not actually factual.
Wow. No, thank you all. Those are very wide-ranging perspectives that are all amazing. I'm hearing a little bit of community health. I'm hearing a little bit of that intersectionality of those social determinants. I'm hearing the echoes of Dr. Brana's presentation, right, about critical thinking in regards to information and where and how we consume information relative to our health, from Dr. Newsom's comment. So yeah, just an amazing start. So let's go here. So we're going to continue to get just kind of nitty gritty. So I would ask you all to go back to your areas of practice, your areas of expertise and speciality, as they say. Maybe share for our participants, maybe your your top two, maybe your top two nuggets related to your areas of specialization, like top two things that you want folks to know about your area of expertise. And maybe we'll start in reverse order with Dr. Newsom.
Sure. So my specialty, if you call it that, is internal medicine. And like the majority of people do not know what that is. And that's okay. Because honestly, I didn't know what it was until medical school. But it is adult medicine. So what internal medicine specializes in is the care of adults. So 18 and up, really to like 100 or beyond, that is who we take care of. I do primary care medicine. So I'm not in the hospital setting per se, but I do have training in the hospital setting. So my care in terms of my job on the day-to-day is working in the clinic, individuals that need physicals and any type of generalized health maintenance and things of that nature. A lot of preventative care too, which I think is really important for this panel. But overall, in internal medicine, another big aspect that people wouldn't necessarily know is we tend to care for the patients that have multiple like comorbidities or complex illnesses. So a lot of times I'll have patients kind of sift through or shift through healthcare system and say, I didn't really feel confident in my other doctor. I think I wanted to switch doctors, and that's okay. And one of the good things about internal medicine is we're trained to really manage those patients that don't just have the one issue or one health concern. They usually have multiple and have to work with multiple doctors to really formulate their care and help direct their care. So that's what internal medicine is. And a lot of people just don't know what that means. And that's pretty much what it is.
Oh, that's awesome. Super helpful. Dr. Kinsey, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I'm emergency medicine. Most people know what that is. You see the big sign on the side of the hospital. Come on in, let's get you taken care of. My two biggest nuggets that I would share with people is that one, appropriate utilization, meaning that, if your knee has been hurting for 4 months, the emergency room probably isn't the best avenue to get your treatment. Primary care doctors, like Dr. Newsom, Brother Newsom just said, that's where you need to be. Everyone needs a primary care doctor. You need to be going yearly to get your annual checkup, making sure that you don't have diabetes, that you don't have high cholesterol, that you don't have high blood pressure. All too often, I have patients come into the ER and I, as well as my nurses, will ask them, do you have diabetes? Do you have hypertension? And their answer is no. And then I say, well, when was the last time you saw a doctor? Oh, it's been 10 years. Well, you don't know if you have hypertension or diabetes because you're not looking for it. Like if you don't look, you don't have anything because you ain't looked. So appropriate utilization would be the big one. And a part of that appropriate utilization is cost. If you bill a visit to Dr. Newsom in his clinic, which you can schedule, meaning that I'm going to say, hey, I want to come see you on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. That means you get there at 9:30, you check in, you see Dr. Newsom at 10 o'clock. He gets you taken care of and you pay your deductible and you go on by your way. You come to the ER, you could wait 4, 5, 6 hours in a large waiting room with people coughing that have COVID and who knows what else in the waiting room, and get back there, see a physician. You're not probably going to get a diagnosis for that chronic disease in an emergency room besides some Motrin or some type of pain medication just trying to get you through, and me telling you to go see your primary care doctor. But then you're going to get hit with a really big bill because that emergency room has a facility fee. It has a nursing fee. It has all these different fees where you may get something a little bit faster because you just woke up and decided you want to get a check out. But the cost is exponential. So, appropriate utilization is two ways. That cost is crazy, and who can really give you the most bang for your buck is going to be your primary care doctor. The other one would be when you have an emergency, if you think that you're having a life-threatening issue, come and see us. We want to help people that feel like they're having an emergency. I can't tell you how many times I've diagnosed chest pain or had a patient come in with chest pain and their real problem is just acid reflux. That's okay. I love to tell a patient that chest pain is not going to kill you. I'm going to put you on this Nexium and you're going to be fine. That brings me joy. I don't, it almost gives me heartburn when I have to tell a patient, that chest pain you had, it was really a PE, a blood clot in your lungs. And now we got to admit you to the hospital, and you may have heart failure from this big old blood clot that you had. And so we as physicians, we don't like to deliver bad news. I love telling the patient, I don't know what's wrong, but I have effectively ruled out all the things I can think of that will kill you, okay? I like that. That's my favorite sentence to a patient before they leave my ER. Those are my two nuggets.
That's awesome. We got Dr. Joe, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I'm a urologist or urologic surgeon. So we as a specialty, we treat both benign and cancerous conditions of prostate, bladder, kidney, ureter. Some of the most common things that I personally diagnose and treat is prostate cancer and also kidney stones. I think one of the things I want patients and everyone to be aware of is that the discussion about prostate cancer is quite complicated. There's this acknowledgement that it is a very slow growing cancer. It's not like colon cancer. It's not like lung cancer where things can move very quickly. And there was a time, and not in the recent past, where many patients were getting overtreated. But now we're seeing lately where the pendulum has kind of swung the other way. We're seeing patients presenting with very late stage prostate cancer that has spread to the other parts of the body where we missed that window of potentially curing them. And the other thing is the numbers are real. Over 30,000 men die of prostate cancer every year. And a large portion of them, disproportionate portion actually, are African-American men. There's definitely a genetic and familial risk that is present. And so I encourage men to get established with either their family doctor or urologist to kind of have that discussion. I think the important thing that I keep in mind always is using common sense. I think a 75 or 80-year-old man with a slow growing prostate cancer is not at all the same as a 50-year-old healthy man with young children with an aggressive kind of prostate cancer. Those two are treated so very, very differently. I always take that into consideration. But because it's so complicated, I don't want people to kind of lose sense of what is important. And the importance really is just to get to know a doctor that you trust, whether it's the family doctor or a urologist, get it established. And the important thing regarding the PSA, which is a blood test that we use to screen prostate cancer, it's not just one value. If you show up every once a 5 years or once a decade, it doesn't give me a lot of useful information to tell what your baseline is. If you go year after year and we know what your baseline is, even if it's high, it's okay. But if it jumps up, then we know that that is a off year and we have to pay closer attention to it. So I think that's an important thing that I want to get out to the public. And then the second thing is for older men, I think a lot of the times patients just accept chronic disease as a process of getting old. And some of it may be true, but I don't want people to think that, going to the bathroom 3-4 times a night is something that you just have to live with, because not getting good sleep, not getting good rest is very detrimental to the body over time. That's something that we can help people with. Erectile dysfunction is common as patients get older, but I wouldn't accept it as just normal. Erectile dysfunction can be an early harbinger of something else happening, whether it's stress, whether it's nerve damage, whether it's late stage diabetes, that all these things can be affected. So I want men to pay attention to it and not just completely dismiss it.
Wow, Dr. Joe. Before we move to Dr. Hall, I want everybody to write this down or somebody type this in the chat box, right? We don't have to just accept chronic disease, right? As if there are no options, but it starts with us advocating for ourselves and not just walking around like men typically do. We don't go to the doctor, the arm about to fall off. It's literally hanging by a little thread. And man, we good, we fine, I'll just use the other one. Oh my God, thank you, Dr. Joe. That was powerful. Dr. Hall.
Yeah, so a couple of quick things. And I wish we were in person, because usually when I ask this question, it's helpful to everyone in the audience as the hands go up to see just how much of an issue it is. So when I ask the question, usually the audience or audiences, I say, how many of you know someone who's on dialysis right now? And the hands will go up. And I say, how many of you know whether or not you have kidney disease? And the hands stay down. The issue is that kidney disease is not like other organ system problems, in the sense that you don't really have pain necessarily. You can have a chronic low-level deterioration of your kidney function over years and not really feel anything or have a sense of illness until you get to the very last stage, where your kidneys are not able to clear the waste from your body, help you to make your blood cells, clear fluids and so on, so that now you start having symptoms of chest discomfort, coughing, your legs are swelling up, and then you show up in the ER. What's going on with me? Well, this is one of those situations, as Dr. Kinsey was describing, that it's not an acute issue, it's a chronic issue that's manifesting in the end stage. And so you'll have all of these issues that could have potentially been addressed earlier on in the course of disease that are now at your doorstep. And that's how a lot of people tend to experience kidney disease. Unfortunately, hypertension, diabetes, and other problems related to just sort of the way that our community lives exposes us to major risk factors that set you up for kidney disease. And so if you have undiagnosed hypertension or undiagnosed diabetes for years and years of time, and then show up for your first health physical in your 40s or your 50s, you may have lost a lot of ground in terms of the way that doctors can manage that problem. So what I would say, my first nugget is just be aware that there are some things that hurt you and you feel it and it drives you to a healthcare provider, but there are others that don't produce pain that still need that regular attention. The second nugget would be just pay attention to your family history. We value the experience of family in our community, but very often when it comes to the discussion of uncomfortable things like disease and so on, people's mouths will be shut. And when it comes to hereditary problems of the kidney, like polycystic kidney disease, which is a type of genetic disease that can drive you to end-stage kidney disease, or what we call focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, forget the name, but it's the most common disease of the filtering system in African Americans. And there's some new genetic data that's being elevated as potentially the cause for a majority of that particular type of disease. Well, you don't know that particular thing could be happening in your family unless you discuss it. So you just have to be really open to recognizing the risks that you share in your family, the risks in our community, and be forthcoming. The more you know early, the more we can do to help you. So I think those are probably the two best pieces of advice.
Again, man, so powerful. I just wrote this one down again for both for personal use as well as to share out right now. But again, Dr. Hall just told us, don't let only pain, right? Don't let only the painful response drive us to get checked out. But again, be proactive. I'm hearing is a common theme throughout what all of our, again, esteemed panelists are sharing with us. So again, we're so much to cover. I mean, just what an amazing conversation already. I'm going to attempt to pull off like a moderator trifecta and like merge 2 or 3 questions into one, because I want to try to work in some of our registrant questions as well, which again, there's some really amazing ones, but there seems to be a theme. And this is one of the questions that I wanted to make sure I asked. So again, we'll attempt to merge a couple of different pieces here and take volunteers who wants to sort of lead us off here. But obviously the majority of our panelists today, the majority of our registrants, again, are African-American males. So we definitely want to have some conversation around, again, some of those specific things for us to keep in mind as African-American men, for us to be proactive. And Dr. Joe, I think, led us off already, because there were, again, about 3 recurring topics from our registering questions that came up, and you all are physicians, so y'all already know what I'm getting ready to say. It was around prostate. Any guesses on number 2 question?
Erectile
dysfunction.
That one was on here, but diabetes was number 2, right? And then number 3 was high blood pressure, hypertension. So if we could speak to again, I just heard that from Dr. Joe, right? We need to get that PSA tested annually. We need to get that PSA tested annually after a certain age, which I'd ask him to elaborate on a little bit. But again, give us some actionable things for us to be aware of as Black men, again, not to the exclusion of anyone else, but obviously knowing, again, that the majority of our folks here today are African-American men. Give us some things to think about, action-oriented around prostate health, around managing diabetes and or preventing diabetes. Same with hypertension, high blood pressure, if anyone could lead us off.
And we have those guys are probably gonna give some great information on all those topics. What I could say on the front end of that is, for you all out there, trust your physician, okay? Your physician is the subject matter expert in these disease processes, whether it be diabetes, getting PSAs, getting hypertension checked, getting the appropriate treatment. I can't tell you how often I see patients in the ER where I ask them, what medication are you taking for hypertension? Well, my doctor put me on this one, but it's not working, so I stopped taking it. Well, he can't help you get this disease process under control if you don't talk to him and then take the medications that you're supposed to be taking. Because maybe that dosage isn't working. Maybe that one class of medications isn't working. But if you take that one, he can effectively add on to it or substitute it or do both and get you to the point of where he wants you to be. But if you just stop taking it and then come to the ER and say, my blood pressure high. Well, obviously, because you're not doing what your doctor said. And just like this video started, there's a lot of distrust in our people to the medical world. And that's appropriate. I mean, I have distrust in lots of people. You know, when I take my car to get it fixed, I'm sometimes distrustful if they put the new oil in it sometimes. Like, did they really change the oil? You know, I don't know. But, you know, I have to have faith that I'm going to get a service and that the people there are the subject matter experts in what they're doing and that they're going to do a great job. And if you feel at any time that the person that you're going to as a physician isn't doing the best for you, get another one. I tell people all the time, even some people who go to my friends as their physician, if you feel that you aren't getting the appropriate care for any reason, get another physician. But don't give up on taking care of your health because you feel like your physician isn't doing what you want him to do.
Definitely agree with that. One of the biggest things I encourage patients in the primary care world is, you know, even in finding a primary care doctor, especially even when patients come see me, I tell them, I say, you know, you have to be confident in your doctor, especially your primary care doctor, really all of your doctors, because you need to have a good relationship with them. I usually tell well, ideally, you know, finding a doctor, especially a primary care doctor, and I'm biased, obviously, but it's kind of like dating. You know, you have to find somebody that you feel comfortable with, and it might not be the first date, you know, or the first appointment. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 appointments for you guys to really see each other. Your doctor is human as well. We have bad days, you know, we try not to have very many of them. We have days where, for me, clinic is super, super busy. All of my patients are late, and, you know, you might catch the tail end of me running late to you for another thing and things that, you know, and sometimes that can make things more challenging. But at the same time, it should be a dating situation. If you don't find one, if you want an older doctor, there's plenty of older doctors out there. If you want a younger doctor, there's plenty of there's younger doctors out there. If you want a doctor of color, there's not many of us, but there are some out there where you can find us. And so really, you know, kind of echoing what Dr. Kinsey had mentioned, you know, find one that works well for you, because all doctors are not created equally, and everybody, there's so many different types of people with so many different types of illnesses. Every doctor, we have our strengths as well. And we also have our weaknesses. You know, some doctors are really strong in blood pressure management, really strong in diabetes management. Other doctors are stronger in lung disease management and allergy management and things of that nature. And so whichever doctor you're able to find, and it's challenging. I can empathize with patients. Trying to find a doctor is not easy. You have to look online theoretically, or look at resources, ask your friends about who do they see, do they like them, do they not? Call the office, which usually are on hold forever, because everybody's calling about something, getting in there, waiting in the lobby, getting triaged, and finally seeing the doctor. Sometimes it's a 5-minute appointment versus a 25-minute appointment. And so it is challenging, but you have to have that good relationship with your doctor. And sometimes doctors retire. I hear that all the time. My doctor retired. I was with them for 30 years. And you have to start the process all over again, but definitely stopping medicine just because you don't think it's working without a conversation is a big no-no. And it often ends up people in the emergency room for reasons that could have been avoided. I talk to patients all the time, and I even echo to them. I say, if you're going to stop something, you should tell me, shoot me a message, call my office, all those things I verbalize to patients. You'd be surprised what patients can't remember, unfortunately, but
Dr. Newsom, real quick, if I can jump in, because somebody actually just asked a question, and then I'm gonna ask you to give us 2 quick nuggets going back to the main question of, African-American men around prostate, diabetes, hypertension. But someone asked, Patrick, in selecting a new physician, what are some questions that we should ask as Black men to help us establish that trust? If you could maybe touch on that very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest things that patients can ask their doctors in the beginning is, and I don't even know if it's necessarily a question, so I don't know if I'm answering Patrick's question or not, but I think the biggest thing is just being transparent. If you had issues with your doctors in the past, sometimes letting us know that, say, hey, my doctor before, I didn't feel like they listened to me. Sometimes that's really helpful because that lets me know, like, hey, this patient really has a lot that they want to say and they want to feel heard. Most people do, but some people have that edge, if they had a bad experience. And I think just being transparent, a lot of times, as physicians, we deal with a lot of things as well, just in dealing with patients and stuff like that. And so we have a job, we're trying to provide the best care, but then patients can make that more difficult sometimes and sometimes easier. But I think being transparent can really, really be helpful, at least on the primary care side. What do you want to gain from your patient-doctor relationship? So that way I can provide that to you. In terms of questions, I think in the first appointment, it's a little bit tricky just because I'm getting to know you, you're getting to know me. And so having specific questions can be helpful. I mean, of course, if you're going through something health related, specifically, this cough has been going on, whatever. But I think just being transparent. And a lot of people, people get nervous when they're in the doctor's office, and then they shy away from just being honest about things. And that makes my job a little bit more difficult than it has to be versus you just being transparent.
And I tell people to echo on what Dr. Newsom said. I tell people who are, especially ones who are just getting their primary care doctor for the first time, you should go into your primary care doctor's first visit with a list, okay? Don't try to remember all of your problems. And then, because as soon as you leave that office, you're gonna think, man, I should have told him this. And those little things that you didn't mention, he could have added a test on that could have caught your thyroid disease. He probably wasn't gonna look for that just because of, you being a fairly healthy looking person. But if you say, oh, I'm having issues with sleeping at night. I feel like I get up all the time and I've lost 10 pounds, over the last, whatever days, our minds get to thinking about the small things that patients say. I need to check for this. I need to check for that. But if you get to that appointment and you just come in there and just start freestyling and, most of the things are, just not relevant, it's hard for us to really decide what are the best tests to order for your, subset of issues. So when you go into your doctor's appointment, you need to have a written list of things that you're concerned about. For one, it makes the appointment a lot more curve-tailed, where you can walk in and have specific things that you need to discuss, because like Dr. Newsom said, they only have so much time. They're going 15 minutes per patient per room. And so to effectively use that time the best, you need to have those questions ready to say, here are my issues, let's talk about them. Know what medications you're taking. I tell people all the time, I tell my mom, when you go to your doctor's appointment, take your pill bottles. Don't just go off the idea that it's in the computer. That is never the answer. That is never the answer. Okay. I don't care if you go to the same doctor for 30 years, saying that, oh, they're in the computer is never the answer for what medications do you take. You need to know what medications you take, whether you got it written on a list or you bring that garbage bag or whatever kind of bag you bring into that doctor's appointment. Know what medications you take every day.
Wow. Man, this is good stuff. Y'all see this timer looming over us like I do. So we're going to head towards conclusion. I want to get in two more questions. Who can take, of our panelists, who can take and again, give us some tips, some thoughts around, again, hypertension and or diabetes, and then we'll give Dr. Zhou the last word around prostate cancer, because again, we've gotten several questions, again, just around regular testing, questions to ask, things to think about when, again, managing our respective prostate. So quick on any nuggets, words of wisdom or action items for diabetes and or hypertension. Who can take that one?
So really
Dr. Hall,
quick on both hypertension and diabetes, they are silent, okay? They don't hurt. You may experience some symptoms, particularly as it relates to hypertension, headache, lightheadedness, chest pain at the extremes, but it's sort of the mid-grade, unmanaged hypertension and diabetes that just slowly eats away at you. So it cannot be said too many times or in too many different ways. People like Dr. Newsom are where you want to go first. Today, after this, on Monday, actually, when clinics open up, if you do not have a primary care appointment or primary care provider, please make sure you just go ahead and set one of those up. It should be an annual priority for you to see your doctor, have them give you a full assessment of your health, and for you to understand how that health profile relates to the health profile of your family. I'm mentioning that because we are entering into the age of genetics. There are tons of tests that can test you for all different things. Some of these are going to be priority items for you, some are not. I will actually say that as it relates to kidney disease, there is some real activity going on that helps us to understand how kidney disease might be genetic in African Americans. We have by far the highest rates, and there may be some new genetic testing that can help us to understand that. But your doctors may not be, depending on the level of their familiarity with these new methods of diagnosis, they may not be familiar. So once again, it becomes incumbent on you to go into your physician's office armed with information. Where do you get this information? You go to trusted sources, not Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram. You go to websites that are reputable for handling and curating databases about men's health, African-American health, and so on. So just remember, diabetes, hypertension, silent killers, the way you get information about them is to go to your healthcare provider. Do not rely on nutraceuticals, things on the shelf at Walgreens or whatever to treat yourself. Go to your doctor, let them give you a sense for what you need, and then follow that prescription, okay?
That's great. That's great. I'm gonna pass it to Dr. Zhou. Dr. Hall and others, if we could please type some of those reliable sources online in the chat box for our participants, that would be amazing. I know WebMD, but Dr. Google in general is kind of dangerous, I feel like. But Dr. Zhou, prostate cancer, with our remaining time, hopefully they'll have mercy. We can get like an extra 1 minute for you to give us some tips, some things to think about as it relates to prostate cancer.
Yeah, definitely. I'll open with a couple of statistics. I think half of my patients that I treat in Prince George's County are African American, and it's important to know that Black men are 1.5 times more likely to get prostate cancer in their lifetime than any other population. And when diagnosed, they're also twice as likely to die from the disease than the rest of the population. And those numbers, I think, is why we recommend screening prostate cancer earlier in African-American men. For the majority of people, it starts at 50 when you get the first PSA, which is that blood work that we talked about. But for African-Americans, we start at 40 years old, and that's a national recommendation for urologists. So we got to get started early. And also, the reason why we do that is because of this statistic. So if we catch it early before prostate cancer spreads and we treat it, the likelihood of somebody surviving 5 years after diagnosis is 99%. 99%. Now, for prostate cancer that has spread to the bones or other parts of the body, that survival rate for 5 years drops down to an amazingly low 33%. That is a huge drop. So the earlier that we catch this, earlier that we treat it, the better patients can get over it, recover, and just move on with their lives. And so it's those statistics, I think, are important for patients to keep in mind. And 3 years ago, I think was the last time we did this in person. I think it was at Crown Plaza. I was embarrassingly underdressed back then. Everybody had very nice suits on, and I showed up in a polo. So very bad back then. But that's when I asked everybody in the audience, just like Dr. Hall said, it's like, anybody over the age of 40, please raise your hand. And I would follow up with saying that, you know, every one of these guys should have gotten a PSA at some point in their lives. I think that's where we start. And I think that, you know, people equate getting a PSA check with getting some kind of surgery. That's just not the case. It's just very important to keep a baseline and get that screening started. So yeah, it's already established with somebody that knows the disease well and can guide you through it. I think that's a good opener for prostate cancer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Please make some noise for these amazing panelists. If we could just make some noise real quick, drop it in the chat box, drop a 1. Again, if you took something away, I got a couple quick takeaways. 10 seconds, Brother Bailey, and it's back to you. Annual checkup, critical. Get a primary care physician. Don't go into the ER unless you got a lot of money and a lot of time. Know your family history. Be transparent when you go to your first appointments. Don't have to accept chronic disease and pain. Don't let only pain drive us to get checked out. Be a good patient. Follow instructions. Take your meds. And then prepare for your appointments when you go and see a provider. Be prepared, write a list of questions, and again, be transparent about your expectations. My name is Sadiq Ali. It's been a pleasure serving with you all. And again, thank you all so much for hosting this wonderful forum.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Brother Ali, and also want to acknowledge his work with Mentor Maryland, where he serves as executive director. So, and thank you all to all the physicians that just participated in this last forum, and hopefully all of you are starting to see the different connections between the different forums and the information that was provided. The fact that we're talking about a comprehensive conversation, that all these things are interrelated. It's impossible to be able to segment the body. The body is integrated. We're all just one person, mind, body, and spirit. So the other thing we'd want to take away that's highlighted here, maybe wasn't talked about really explicitly, also talks about quality of life. They talked about the silent killers, but life isn't just about avoiding death. Life is about living and having life more abundantly. And the decisions that we make, it's important to think positively, as you heard in the very first session, today's spiritual wellness, but they also talked about the importance of doing something and taking action, because the earlier action you take can help not only to preserve your life, but the quality of your life, and then also the quality of your family or the other persons that depend on you, either at home or at work, other community organizations where you may be involved. So to keep that in mind, you are important and you need to take action today. And so with that, we're going to transition into a physical activity video, as well as a video that's going to focus on challenging all of us to do something.
Hello everyone, my name is Jermaine Jenkins. I'm the CEO of JFIT LLC, and I'm also a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. First of all, I'd just like to thank the host and everyone for inviting me here to participate in this health fair, and hopefully that I can give you a few tips that will help you in your daily lives. So we're going to talk about 3 to 4 things. The first item we're going to talk about is the importance of stretching. Now, stretching helps to improve your range of motion. As we tend to get older, flexibility is so important. So before every exercise you do, I want you all to take about 10 minutes and stretch. Stretching can also help to decrease back pain. I tend to have some back pain myself, so I tend to try to stretch a little bit longer to keep those muscles elongated so it can help take care of my back. It also decreases the pain and soreness with muscles. So after you have that great workout, you must stretch, because if you don't stretch, your muscles tend to be a little bit tighter, you'll be a little bit sore after that exercise. And last but not least, stretching is very important because it helps to prevent injuries. All right, next let's talk about the importance of exercise. Why is exercise so important? First of all, I'll say you should be exercising a minimum of 3 to 4 days a week. 3 to 4 days a week minimum for exercise. And during that exercise period, I would like for you to exercise at least 1 hour. That's all I tell everybody. Just give me one hour a day, or at least 3 to 4 days a week. With exercise, you also should be incorporating cardio. Cardio could be a nice 1 mile walk, but it should be a brisk walk. It shouldn't be too slow to where you're not feeling challenged. Anytime you're doing cardio, you should feel some type of challenge. Cardio should be for a minimum of 30 minutes. Weight resistance / resistance trainings. So when I'm talking weight resistance, we can be talking about using dumbbells, doing dumbbell curls, or you could have the resistance bands. These days you see a lot of ladies and gentlemen using the bands to do their curls, using the bands to do their presses and so forth. You can use the bands to do out to the shoulders. So resistance bands are great, dumbbells are great, but if you don't even have those at home, grab a jug of water and curl it. Grab a can of soup and curl it. There are several different ways you can conduct resistance training or weight training at home or at your gym. Another good thing about exercise, it helps to keep you independent as you age. For instance, one of my clients here in Northern Virginia is 78 years old. She's a beast. We exercise, we do everything together. She's 78 and she's still independent and does everything by herself, lives by herself, because she continues to do resistance training several days a week. When I mean several days, 3 to 4 days a week. It helps you burn fat. It gives you more confidence. Let's just be honest, when you fine, you look good, you walk like you look good. You walk like you fine. That's the benefits of resistance training. It gives you that confidence. And last but not least, exercise gives you a stronger heart. Next, we're going to talk about water intake. You should have at least 2 liters of water a day. That's about a half a gallon. It helps to regulate the body temperature. Proper water intake also helps to remove harmful waste in urine, through urine and also through poop. It also lubricates your joints and protects sensitive tissue. Water is so important. If you don't have water for a few days, you will die. The body has to have water. 60% of our body is made up of water. So again, I'm going to emphasize, please drink your water every day. Last but not least, let's talk about the importance of sleep. If you're not getting enough sleep, the brain cannot function properly if you're not getting enough sleep. Sleep is so important. It also reduces stress. It puts you in a better mood. It acts as a natural painkiller. It also lowers heart disease such as diabetes and any other type of heart disease that you may incur. So again, my name is Jermaine Jenkins, better known as JFit from JFit LLC. Thanks for having me today, and please have a blessed day. Thank you. Bye.
For 2022, the men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Pi Upsilon Lambda chapter have been all about being physically active and taking an active role as it relates to health. The PUL 1906 Do Something Challenge has spurred many of our members into action to include being more intentional about physical activity. These activities include brotherhood walks, monthly health and wellness meetups, and encouragement via social media platforms. Please join the men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Pi Upsilon Lambda chapter in simply doing something to support your overall health and wellness.
Yes, that's what the forum is about taking the information that you've heard today and to do something. So shout out to JFit for that advice and that guidance. And we're going to be transitioning here in just a couple of seconds into our next session which is an important one about emotional wellness. And the idea about doing something, lifting weights, it reminds me of a commercial that's running right now that I thought is very good at talking about what many of us struggle with, and in terms of stress, or if it's a matter of trying to avoid becoming depressed and managing your emotions. And it's about you see a guy in the gym, and he's on a bench press, and he's sitting underneath that barbell that's sitting on his chest. And as for all of you that know, that go to the gym, that's always when you need somebody to give you a spot to help. You need to ask that hopefully someone sees you struggling, they come over and they're trying to help you lift this weight off your chest. But in that commercial, the man refuses the help and can only focus on all the things that he's struggling with, and how his family will feel about it, how his friends may feel about that. And so that's why this next session is a particularly important one, just as all the other sessions have been, about how then can we go about managing and ensuring that we are emotional well. So with that, we're going to transition to our emotional wellness session that'll be moderated by Dr. Jonathan Good.
Thank you, Brother Bailey. Well, good afternoon.
The Emotional Wellness Panel is being moderated by Dr. Jonathan Good. Panelists include Dr. Ron Bailey.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to speak about a topic that's very important to discuss. All right, so as I was saying, we have a distinct panel who are going to speak on emotional wellness. They are all experts in their respective field. We are at the last stretch, everyone. So hopefully you were able to get a stretch, and we're going to have this topic, which is hopefully going to bring us full circle to everything we've just talked about. We've gone over the entire trifecta of wellness, from mind, body, and spirit. And we're going to now get into this segment. So for our panelists today, we have Dr. Ron Bailey, who's the LSU Health Sciences Center Department of Psychiatry Chair and Assistant Dean of Community Engagement. We have Dr. Derek Griffith, who is the founder and co-director of the Racial Justice Institute, and he is also founder and director of the Center for Men's Health Equity. And then we have Dr. Byron McClure. He was a national certified school psychologist and founder of Lessons for SEL, where he uses research and human-centered design thinking to build empathy and design equitable resources that put the needs of children front and center. And last but not least, we have Dr. Wisdom Powell, who is a tenured professor, nationally recognized expert and thought leader on racial trauma, healing, and health equity. So you can learn a little bit more about their extensive biographies and of the panelists in the program guide. But we're just going to kick this off. We've heard a lot about emotional wellness in the discussions already talked about. So we're going to go into some of the nitty gritties. But the first question I have for each of you as the panelists, from your specific areas of expertise, how is mental health and wellness defined, and what does it encompass? You'd like to start first, Dr. Griffith?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. And thank you for inviting me to be on the panel. So mental health is often we think of mental health as sort of the absence of mental disorders or disabilities or those types of things. But it's really about your ability to cope with normal stressors in life, ability to function more broadly. And for me, well-being is pretty simply the reasons that you wish to be alive. What are the kinds of things that you're trying to do with your life, and what are the things that are important to you? And do you feel that you have the capacity and the ability to do those kinds of things that are important to you? Do you have that sense of purpose? Do you have that sense of direction and guidance, and sense of connection, meaning, belonging, that are all sort of central to, why you have this sort of sense of purpose, what you're trying to do with your life, that gives it more meaning and significance than just sort of floating in life.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's important. One of the things that Brother Griffith mentioned is, to me, when people talk about mental wellness, they go to mental illness. And one of the things Brother Griffith mentioned is the concept of, I love the idea of flourishing, and that is not only the absence of a mental illness. When we talk about mental illness, we mean things such as anxiety, depression, stress, fatigue, persistent grief, those sorts of things. To me, when we're talking about mental wellness, we are talking about moving from merely just the absence of these things. Because if you look at it, when you're absent of those things, what are you filled with? And so to me, mental wellness is the concept and of idea of being fulfilled. Well, what are you filled with? To me, it's those things, positive emotions, it's engagement, it's relationships, it's meaning, and a sense of achievement and accomplishment. That's the actual model for well-being. And so we have to move past just this concept of being absent and working back towards the sense of homeostasis, which is zero, but then moving to a space where we can thrive and can flourish. So I'm really happy we're having this conversation, especially for men, so that we can move towards a place where we can have a real conversation about flourishing.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really about the presence of and the absence of, and what that means. It's full encompassing, absolutely. Dr. Powell, would you like to add to this conversation about what is mental health and wellness to you? Okay, so how about Dr. Bailey? Dr. Bailey, would you like to share with us what is your take on mental health and wellness, according to your expertise? Well, as we're going to get back to them on that note, but here's another question I have for you all. What are some health myths related to your discipline that you want the audience to know?
So I know one of the things, I'll just start, and sorry, Brother McClure. Yeah, you want to start, actually, since I started the last question. You can go ahead.
Look, I'm easy going. It's all good. Go ahead. You're on the roll. I'll go right after you. Let's go.
Okay. So I think for one, I think we kind of touched on this in both of our respective answers. I think one of the things, if you look at the panel and the whole day that we've had so far, from the health professional side, we can give the message that being healthy is the goal of life. And I think it's often we have to recognize that people's goal is not to be healthy. Their goal is to live well. Their goal is to flourish, as Dr. McClure said. Their goal is to do things that bring a sense of meaning, purpose, and value to the people that they care about and to the things that they feel called to do in the context of their lives. Being healthy is a tool to do that, but it's not a means to an end. It's not a means in and of itself, meaning that it's not something that you're just striving. You don't wake up every day saying, I'm trying to be healthy. Usually most people are trying to focus on something else, and they recognize that being healthy is a tool that you need to get there. I think the other thing that we do often hear about is that Black men don't seem to care about our health. And I think it's really, when I do a lot of qualitative work, meaning that I talk to Black men and in individuals or in groups about these kinds of things and about how they think about and frame these kinds of issues. And it's not that we don't care, it's that we prioritize other things like our work, like our family, like being able to put food on the table or contribute to that process, that we prioritize those more than we do whether or not we go to the doctor, whether or not we eat healthy food, whether or not we get adequate sleep. And that the part of the myth is that those are a choice. The myth is that we actually don't need, that we need to do, what we've seen, and actually from, again, the whole day that we've seen here, is we have to do both sets of things. We have to be healthy, and we have to pursue the things that allow us to be well. And that we have to find a balance between the two. And we can't just sort of push off our bodies and treat them as though they're tools that we can just run ragged and not actually treat well. So I think let me just stop with those.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll add to that for me, I'm a school psychologist, so I work inside of public schools. I have my own social emotional learning platform. I recently sold that, and so I'm doing that full time. And so I've transitioned out of the schools. But in my time working in schools, working with families, districts across the nation, some of the myths that I've seen, especially as it pertains to us, one of the biggest things is this myth that we have to focus on pathology and what's wrong in people. As psychologists, the field itself has been expert at identifying the absolute worst in people. And so there's this belief, this myth that we have to identify what's wrong with people. And I believe that we have to work deliberately to identify the best in people. What that means to me is shifting away from what's wrong towards what's strong, and being able to call out, to name the strengths that we have, being able to leverage the resources, the relationships that we have. We don't need to teach our Black kids about resilience and grit because we already have those things. We don't have to operate from this deficit lens, but we have to operate from this strength-based approach. And so we have to move away from that myth. The other myth that I see in my space is that Black people are naturally inferior. And people operate from that. And in my field, we do intelligence testing. And so often, especially Black youth, they're mislabeled, they're misidentified, and people operate from this deficit lens that Black people are naturally inferior. And that is not true. And you see that playing out, especially in schools, with the culture of low expectations, with the belief that you can't, with a belief that you won't ever be able to do these things. And again, we have to shift away from those things. We have to acknowledge that we deserve to be in places, that we deserve to be in spaces. We have every right to be there. When we can operate from that space, we can see our mental wealth. We can add to it instead of taking away from it. Then the other myth that I see so often is this belief, this ideology that Black parents aren't present in the lives of their young people, that Black families don't value education. And that's just straight up not true. It also ties in with this belief that Black families don't value emotional wealth. And that's simply not true. And so we have to be very deliberate as practitioners, as Black people, to make sure that we are doing everything in our capacity to make sure that we're getting rid of those narratives and that we're shifting to what's strong in our community. And as a practitioner, I've prided myself on providing those tools, resources, and strategies so that we can tap into those things, so that we can actually have access, so that we can reach opportunity and change the world. So that's been a big focus of moving away from some of those myths within my field.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to think historically, our field once thought that Black folk could not benefit from therapy, individual or group, because we were not psychologically mindful or insightful enough to do so. But we know that's not the case, which brings me up to another question. Historically, people of color, particularly Black people, often shy away from therapy. That's what it's been, the notion. We don't do counseling. Do you find that we're hearing less of that now? And are there more people who are inquiring about receiving therapy? What about you, Dr. Bailey? What do you think?
I clearly do. I think that we are increasing, I think, on our number of people going. In fact, I'm literally at a program today in Arkansas, and a lot of discussion. We just had a panel with 4 African-American men, mental professionals. I was a psychiatrist, I think 1 primary care doctor, 2 therapists, and 1 psychologist. And it was really a lot of the discussion. It was like a round back and forth. What can we do? And is it going better? And I'll give you 3 considerations. 1, I definitely think that one of the barriers for such a long period of time to Black men going to therapy or seeing a counselor or a therapist of any type for mental health has been religion. As much as we love religion, a religious person myself, there's unfortunately historically been an artificial divide between religion and mental health care. My personal experience has been that that's actually been declining substantially throughout my career. The name I often mention is there's a Methodist church in Houston, Caldwell. It was the pastor who had made it very clear early on that he would openly embrace mental health for Black men. They'd have a mental health panel, a table when it was a health care, a health program or a health fair at their place. But when the pastor embraced it, it made it okay, I think, for more men to pursue it. I think it's actually helped. In addition, I also think that more persons in our community have become very sophisticated about many of the other legal maneuvers in play. I'm a forensic psychiatrist by training, brother, and I've done this my whole life. And it's also often when you have a young Black male, teen or young adult, and there's some kind of a problem with legal authorities get involved. And the first question is, was there any mental health history? If there was a mental health history, if you had a fight when you were 15 in school and a psychologist wrote you a note, that's a mitigating circumstance once there's another problem when later on. We're all human beings. We have various other problems. But one reason all too often that Black males get only the DOC version, the Department of Correction, the punitive legal approach, is this idea that we had no mental health problem identified early on. They have implied there was something going on with them clinically and medically, not just that they were a bad person, they're bad act later on. So you don't volunteer it. But if you have a fight, I use that example again, at some point, it's reasonable to go and see somebody and get the documentation that you got some care, just like if you had a healthcare problem, high blood pressure or diabetes. The third and final part, I think it's also true that all too often, like with other forms of healthcare, women send Black men to the doctor. 70% of the time when a Black male goes to a doctor, a woman, his mother, his spouse, his significant other, his daughter, sends it, makes it happen. And we have reason to believe that you're getting a bigger push in the African-American female community to push African-American males, their husbands, their spouses, their brothers, their fathers, to go and see a psych or mental professional psychologist when somebody died or there's some psychological struggle in their life, as well as sending them to pushing them to go to a primary care doctor for high blood pressure and diabetes. So I think for all three of those reasons, we clearly do think that we're seeing more persons go, accept it much more so, which together decreases this long history of stigma against having a brain illness.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the new stigma is not that people are not interested, our community is not interested in seeking therapy. It's the notion that they go to seek therapy and there's limited access to resources, or it's really about a wait list and trying to see someone and they get discouraged from receiving or wanting to seek out therapy. So I have another question, shifting gears here. While the national surveys demonstrate a decline in alcohol misuse before the onset of COVID-19, this trend in alcohol use has increased over the past year. And of course, indeed, enforced isolation and stress associated with the global pandemic have precipitated an increase in this misuse. How do we as men get ahead of this in our communities?
Brother Griffith, you want to take that one? I wanted to follow up on that last piece. If I could, because I don't want to just blow by that, because there were a lot of nuggets that Brother Bailey mentioned there. And especially in my work, we see the over-criminalization of Black boys, and it presents as behavior. And it goes back to one of the points that I made, is that when Black boys act out or girls act out in school, they're often pushed towards the criminal justice system. And they're denied education. They're referred to special education at higher rates. They're more likely to drop out of school, all of these things. But what's not happening is a push towards intervention and actual early intervention as well, therapeutic supports. And so what you see in the data is that more white families, they'll go to their primary care providers, they'll seek out therapists. But with us, because it's over-criminalized, then we end up in the criminal justice system, or we end up with a cop or the emergency room. And then when you're in the emergency room, then we're being involuntarily treated, right? If anything, you might get a 3-day hold, a 7-day hold, and then you're right back out. So it's more emergency treatment that we're receiving. So where our counterparts and white students and white families, they're getting more preventative services. So it's disparities. And so we don't have that ongoing treatment and support, one. And then two, we're criminalized for our behaviors. And so often what ends up happening is we're not getting support, and then it's too late, and then something's happening and everyone's looking like, what happened to Johnny? He's locked up, or even worse. So we have to be preventative in our approach, and we have to make sure that we are not that we're removing every barrier to access and opportunities early on. The other really important thing is we're not talking middle school. We're not talking high school. We have to look at first grade. We have to look at pre-K, because they are criminalizing Black boys as early as pre-K, kindergarten, first grade. And so we have to understand that when Black boys or Black girls are hitting, kicking, screaming, that we have to look at that in terms of emotional behaviors and supports. And what can we do to treat that? And not necessarily as discipline issues, because as they get older, they treat 16, 17 Black boys as men. So we have to shift that. So I really just wanted to call out some of those points that Brother Bailey made, because it's really, really critical that we address that.
If I can make one comment before Brother Griffin goes, I just want to support Brother McClure's points. And what I would argue, although it's so hard to prove, Brother Good, I'm beginning to wonder at this point in my career, if Black males don't get more, hear me loud and clear, more psychiatric intervention rather than less. We just get it in the two places, as Brother McClure said, that it doesn't count. If you get it in an emergency room and in a jail or prison setting, that doesn't go on your record as being early intervention and prevention, all of the kind of things that very often society views as handling you with kid gloves. All too often our struggles, I think, in these other settings that society has made are more negativistic. So I would agree with that as well. And I think that we just have to hammer this point home. Not to jump funny about the Griffin, but I want to support that point.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I mean, I think the other thing, and if I take a little prerogative, and I think you two or three actually can probably answer this better than I can. The point I wanted to make is that the bar for when you would actually go see someone like a Dr. Good, like a Dr. McClure and Dr. Bailey is surprisingly low. If you think about what depression means, it's not like this big boogeyman. It's a number of symptoms that you have over a 2-week period. 2 weeks, it ain't that long. It's like having difficulty sleeping, eating, concentrating, those kind of things. And it impedes your ability to function at work, your family relationships, or just your ability to function in your daily life. That's when you need to go see somebody. So I guess my point is, I think we tend to sort of think about these things in big sort of complicated terms, and give them names that we don't necessarily think about in very concrete ways. And we've sort of usually been socialized that you only go to the doctor, and particularly for a doctor related to your mental health, unless it's something really big, you've done something really bad, you're really doing something, that's really unusual, as opposed to these are some things that can just make your daily life better, your daily functioning better. You can help to refine your thinking, how clearly you're thinking, how efficiently you're able to function. The idea that just having irritability, insomnia, sadness, and so forth, that you just live with that is not something you have to live with. And so I think just starting to realize that, a lot of folks don't think that, even though I think the shift is true, as Dr. Bailey and McClure said already, that we're seeing more people sort of pay attention to and be open to going to counseling. I'm also seeing, and I've talked to friends recently who are very resistant to it because they still have that stigma of what it means. And they're thinking, there's nothing they're going to do for me, as opposed to recognizing that a lot of those things that are affecting their relationships, their quality of life, are things that are modifiable with the kind of supports that we have here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We're going to move into another question. So how do we maintain our mental health or our joy in the midst of anger, depression, and in some cases, fear, given the impact of race, racism, constant brutality, and killing of unarmed Black men? Right. Very loaded question. Rightfully so. It's triggering for many of us who are Black men. So I'm aware of that and want to hold space for that as we address this question.
Yeah,
go ahead. No, please.
When I hear that question, it's ironic we're all Black men. And I know what we probably all want to say, but man, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yes, I have 3 children. I have 2 of them Black boys. And with everything that's happening in the world, I'm fearful, I'm afraid, I'm in a constant state of rage, but I'm also in a constant state of protecting and preparing and giving warnings and all these different things. So it's always a mix of emotions. And the advice that I can give is that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to be confused. When I heard the question, I thought of Brother Baldwin, who said to be Black in America is to always be in a constant state of rage.
Yes.
And when I hear that question, it's like, how can we find joy in the midst of constantly being in a perpetual state of rage of everything that's happening? And I think we have to be intentional in those moments where we can find joy and have a reason to celebrate with friends, with family, with loved ones. We have to be very deliberate in that, and we can't shy away from those things. One of the evidence-based ways that I've just leaned towards is this practice that's called 3 good things, and it's taken from the field of positive psychology. And it's been shown to increase rates of happiness and decrease rates of depression. And it's simply reflecting on 3 good things that have happened to you over the course of the day, and reflect on why those things have happened. So in the midst of everything that's going on, being able to reflect on what good is happening to you and why are those good things happening to you. And what the scientists who came up with this intervention, what they found is that even more than counseling, even more than medicine, this activity has had larger impacts, and those impacts have been sustained over time at 6-week follow-up, at 12-week follow-up, to 6-month follow-up. And this is something that I do with my children. So if there's parents out there, this is what I do with my children every day at dinner. We reflect on 3 good things. And that allows us to have conversations, to understand what's going on. But in the midst, as a Black man, of constantly being in a perpetual state of America and feeling rage, like, we have to be able to reflect on those 3 good things, or good things in general.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah.
I think it's well said, and that's a formal program that I think the good brother speaks to. I had not heard about it, but it certainly seems very impressive. What I often will say, I think more informally, is we have to put a cocoon, I think, around Black people. It's easy to discuss it around children, but I think we have to discuss it around everybody. Look at my uncles, and to your earlier point, brother, I think that, the grief that they caught up in Beaumont, Texas, that would try to get a job and there's a fight, and you try to go to a bank, get a loan, and there's a fight, and you either it happened to you or you know somebody, police brutality fight, et cetera, et cetera. People very often find a place to go to kind of decompress. I use fancy words now after I was just psychiatry, but it was the exact same thing when I was growing up. It was the barbershop. My father would go to the barbershop, and although neither one of us had a whole lot of hair, we spent 2 hours there every Saturday, waxing eloquent, talking and hearing, but I think emoting a lot. And that was the cocoon that I think helped a lot and helped him probably function and go to work on Monday morning and catch all the grief that all too often too many Black men catch, I think, in these kind of settings. I love the piece, though, by doing something consistently, to the repetitive piece, doing it every day, or 3 good things consistently. I think what somebody picks may be tailored to them and their family, but if there's something they're doing regularly rather than waiting until it's been a bad event and then trying to show up with a lot of resources, I think means a lot. I know in our community, very often when there's a funeral, people miss work and stop and go and do a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm here to criticize all of that. But as a psych, I've always thought about how wonderful it would be if we could find more of those emotional supports and resources and all that, I call it cocoon of support around persons before the funeral would occur. So the example remains the same. Our community needs more. I think Black men need more. As I love to say, Black men are people too. And these things that I think address us emotionally and psychologically always have and always will. And we can't let, I think, fake news, if you will, make us think that somehow we're different than other human beings and have these kinds of, parenthetical psychological needs as well.
I agree with you, Dr. Bell. And I think what's really happening with the police brutality and the microaggressions, discrimination we get is we're internalizing the sense of I'm not valued, I don't matter. And what can easily happen is our psyche can internalize that as a sense of badness or not good enough. And we have to switch that narrative because that's just not true. We're not going to take on projections from other people who are insecure or feeling threatened by. And I think the narrative of making things good about positive affirmations, which were talked about earlier in the spiritual wellness, spirituality wellness forum is also a good thing to think about as well. What do you think are some of the biggest challenges and greatest opportunities related to men and men's mental health?
I think for me, one of the is the shift in conversations like this. I can't imagine that 10 years ago we would have had a conversation about mental health and wellness. And actually, we even within the fraternity talking about the focus, shifting the attention to our health and wellness versus everything being about providing service to the community, to our family, friends, and loved ones. So I think the fact that we're actually starting to take some attention and put some attention and light to, oh, we need to take care of ourselves if we're going to provide the kind of service that our fraternity is committed to, that I think that's a huge shift in and of itself. And that we're starting to have these conversations, whether you characterize it as self-care or however you want to think about it, but you're doing something to, to the Brother Bailey's, characterization of a cocoon. I've heard of it as framed as armoring, it depends on whatever you want to call it, but you're doing something to protect yourself and proactively, as opposed to waiting until something bad happens to actually start to address these kind of issues.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Brother Griffith captured it perfectly. To the armoring, to the cocooning, I will add social capital and social support. That's something I think we have a big opportunity to really tap into, which is why I love the fraternity having this platform and conversation, especially for our young people. I'm a school psychologist. I think we could really lean into that, surrounding our young children and our youth with supports, with social capital, so that they don't have to do this work alone.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you. Dr. Bailey, we're at a time boundary, but did you want to give us a last piece of advice or leave us with something about with all this in terms of mental health? One piece of advice?
Oh, absolutely. I can't thank you enough for having me. And sorry I was a little late today. These programs are always outstanding, and I really appreciate it. I'm actually standing next to an outstanding doctor right here, right now. We're at a doctor's conference in Arkansas, and I was on a program, but I think I learned as much as I give when I attend these. I'd say three things. I think first and foremost, education. So the discussion today with the people on the panel is helpful, and we got to get these messages out, I think, in a cylindrical like fashion, so more people hear it and they hear it in advance. Often people call us, there's so much that we share. It's not just about the immediacy of the event and what medicine I'm going to give you and what the conflict is, but just a lot of education to help them function better, make better decisions in their own life, and be able, I think, to do things, I think, in a fashion, I think, promotes health. So I think that groups like this that promote education, we're doing a good thing, and we shouldn't be bashful about it. I think the second point, I love your idea, what should we tell Black men? I think because it certainly can be a tragedy that I think there's just, open season, and the, gun violence and police brutality, I think, are the biggest issues. But the microaggressions that Chester Pierce described years ago, I think, are just as bad. It's a struggle. Every time you get on the elevator, somebody gets off as if somehow, you're going to bite them or something bad to them or whatever. Those things kind of eat away, I think, at your humanity, little by little. And that's why I think these meetings like this help us, I think, reaffirm, I think, our core beliefs and our sense of importance, and remind us that I think, if I'm important to you, Brother Good, I'm important to other people as well, and that's a good thing. And we think about how many other young brothers don't have that, and don't get somebody to give them any kind of metaphorical pat on the back any day by going to work or doing your job or having a payday or being on a program and the like. So we got to find ways to reach out, whether it's official mentorship programs or doing little things regularly for all people, I think, to help. And my third and final thing is I think we do have to recognize that, America functions on fiscal resources. We've got to be financially strong. Our organization, our fraternity, groups like these, people need fiscal support. And at times, if you can do so, it can not only proactively address and decrease the risk of problems for young Black men going forward. When there is a problem, we can kind of come to their defense in ways that I think, bring the kind of value that America represents. And in my older age now, I think I say that more and more often, because all too often, some of the difficulties that people have, if they just knew somebody or knew an organization that had some fiscal resources, they could actually move forward in a way that's good and positive for young Black men. So those are my three kind of final thoughts for today. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Griffith. Thank you, Dr. Bailey. And thank you, Dr. McClure. All brothers. So just to summarize really quickly, it sounds like what we want to do is address mental health and not just look at the dysfunction or the pathology of it, but look at, from a strength-based approach, all of what mental health encompasses. And we also want to look at mental health conditions, not only as the externalizing symptoms as behavioral problems, but more of the internalizing symptoms, which is depression, anxiety, which could sometimes manifest into behavioral issues. And looking at ways that we can work through trauma or mental health issues in general is looking at the support system that we all have, finding like-minded individuals, whether it's a barbershop or even like group therapy, where people have a collective sense of understanding and have a level of empathy and compassion. All right, thank you very much, brothers. Really appreciate it. Now we're going to turn it over to Brother Bailey. Thank you, brothers.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Good, and thank you to all the panelists here. In the last session that we had, the emotional wellness session, again, just like with all these other sessions that we've had earlier today, much more time, days could have been devoted to this particular conversation and all the nuggets that were dropped on us today. Again, really thank you all for those for your words of encouragement and guidance and advice. And one of the things that I think that was mentioned during this session by Dr. McClure that could be said of all of the sessions that have been had today before we get into our last poll and giveaway is the idea that wellness does not necessarily have to mean the absence of something, but the idea of flourishing, the idea of living an intentional and full life means then that gets back to the thing that we had today about better making of men, the idea that you can take steps today, regardless of what you've been through, regardless of what issues you may be experiencing, no matter what kind of emotional issues that you may be struggling with, or physical issues or financial issues, that you can still be well, that being well is normal, being unwell is abnormal, and that every opportunity we have, we can make a difference. And so with that, we're going to pivot then here to our final poll. We ask that you take a few minutes to go to pollev.com/men's health. Again, this information is vital to the planning committee as they look at informing future sessions, future resources that'll be provided. And we will also have our final giveaway. So with that, are we going to spin the wheel? All right. Oh, and then our winner is Dr. Jasmine Bailey. The Baileys are just on fire today. I don't know if there's any relation between Dr. Ron Bailey, Dr. Jasmine Bailey. It may seem like the fix is in. I don't know whether or not we all missed the family reunion or not, but congratulations to Dr. Jasmine Bailey on our latest winner for the Amazon gift card. And we're going to spin the wheel one last time. All right, Marcus Covington, congratulations on winning the last Amazon gift card. We hope that the card brings you as much joy as the session, today's forum, has brought to all of us. And so with that, before tossing it into our final remarks video, I wanted to take some time to say thank you again for having me back this year. This has been an incredibly informative forum. I know that I feel that I've been educated, and I'm feeling empowered and encouraged to go out there and be able to continue to make a difference. And also would like to, again, give another shout out to the leadership for this event, Dr. Torrance Brown and all the other members of the planning committee, as well as would like to give a shout out to Ms. Pearl Barnett and all of the technical services that she provided today, as well as giving a shout out to anybody who's willing to provide any kind of resources for forums like this, such as the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, but again, to Paul Brown, chairman of the board, to Brother Kevin Stewart, who's the president of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Thank you all again. And with that, encourage you all to be well and to continue to answer the question about where we can go from here. And where do we go from here is forward. And now we have the tools to do that, and I encourage you to share that with others so that we can all go forward together. So with that, we'll toss to our final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation and attendance in the 2022 Men's Health Forum. Please prepare for concluding remarks, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter. Please be sure to complete the survey participant poll to share your thoughts about the 2022 Men's Health Forum. For additional questions related to the 2022 Men's Health Forum, visit pul1906.org, pulcf.org, or email us at pulhealth1906@gmail.com. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the board and members of the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation, the brothers and our president, Kevin Stewart of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Robert Bailey II, our moderators, and our panelists, as well as Mrs. Pearl Barnett, for the insightful conversations we heard today. I would also like to extend special thanks to Brother Dr. Torrance Brown and the members of the 2022 Men's Health Forum Committee for their work in putting on another impactful Men's Health Forum. We truly recognize that spiritual, financial, mental, and physical wellness are critical components of the better making of men. We thank all of you for taking time out of your day to join us today, and we hope to continue these important conversations with you all throughout the year. In closing, we hope that you will continue to support the Pi Upsilon Lambda Charitable Foundation and the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Pi Upsilon Lambda Chapter. And join us next Saturday, June 18th, for the 14th annual Christopher Riley Father's Day Breakfast. More information and tickets are available at pulcf.org or pul1906.org. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you for your participation. This concludes our 2022 Men's Health Forum. Please complete the survey participant poll to share your thoughts about the 2022 Men's Health Forum. For additional questions related to the 2022 Men's Health Forum, visit pul1906.org, pulcf.org, or email us at pulhealth1906@gmail.com. Thank you.